taken care of, and you have some genuine friends on who you could depend. Dominica in red, and happy you happy not blue. Nobody wronged you, should take your joy girl from you. I want you to know you look beautiful, you glow. I shall never forget Dominica, the way they stress you with so much debt. I shall never forget the way they stress you with so much debt. Hey, do not mess with our ripping soul. I wanna know, we are not regressing, we are advancing. I'm gonna say forward. We're moving on. Get them. No appreciation come on through your van. Now they want to be in your neighborhood. You only like company, sell for little money. Now they want to be in your neighborhood. Computer did always break down. Salary was always late in tongue. From lineman, social security, they did tired, borrow money. Dominica wanting you. Dominica in red. I happy you happy, not blue. Nobody wronged you, should take your joy girl from you. I want you to know you look beautiful, you glow. I can never forget, no, the way they stress you with so much debt. I shall never forget Dominica, the way they stress you with so much debt. Hey, we are turning back your way. Avance, hey, forward. Because you're looking nice, you think it's so. We're moving forward. Yeah, numbers.
Are you ready? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. This year election has got for protection, but Labour Party, it is our selection. Fix our road and bridges, develop communities, look at improvement in our sporting facilities. So I'm giving my PM a merit. Before Granny died, she tell me to vote scared. She tell me about honesty and leadership. Anything he promised, DA will get it. Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Gade Bagay. Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Gade Bagay. We do the Katwabai bow, Labour Katwabai bow. 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 Katwabai bow, Katwabai bow, Katwabai bow. When you would fall in massive there. Katwabai bow, Katwabai bow, Katwabai bow. Randy, you love your PM? Then keep him. Brand new stadium, new college in Stockholm, youth employment program, brand new school in Newton, housing revolution, Nightland in inundation, we bring universal secondary education. If they tell you what Labour done for Granby, tell them they put a new road in the Lally. If they ask you what Labour done for TA, tell them the EO Liverpool Highway. Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Gade Bagay. Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Gade Bagay. We do the Katwabai bow, Labour Katwabai bow. We do the Katwabai bow, Labour Katwabai bow. We do the Katwabai bow, PM, then keep him. Point Michelle, reduce poverty, geothermal energy. So this year we vote in Dominican Labour Party. Take care of oil, darling, cause we love them dearly. Improve our image regionally, internationally. Brand new hospital and brand new equipment. So you won't go overseas for treatment. Look at the Point Michelle and Sufu, yes, Seawall. Moroccan hotel and our brand new state house. Labour ka travail, gade bagay. Labour ka travail, gade bagay. We know the travail bow, Labour ka travail bow. We know the travail bow, Labour ka travail bow. We know the travail bow, Labour ka travail bow. We know the travail bow, Labour ka travail bow. Wow. Yes, man. Let me see your red flags in the air. Put it up, 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 put it up. Calibishi, Kulibishi, Posse Wesley, Goodwill, Mahos and Joe, and Colio, Lapland Control, Carib Territory, Orange City, and South City, Salisbury, Rosa Central, Upper Zone of Don Marigot, Mero, Labour ka travail, Labour ka travail, Labour ka travail, gade bagay, Labour ka travail, Labour ka travail, Labour ka travail, gade bagay, gade bagay, gade bagay, where gade bagay, Labour ka travail, gade bagay, you from, gade bagay, to gade bagay, Labour ka travail, gade bagay, gade bagay, gade bagay, Labour ka travail, gade bagay, gade bagay, gade bagay, Labour ka travail.
Yes, gade bagay, le boka travail. Want to say a special good evening and welcome to you wherever you are listening across Dominica to the north, south, east and west coast of the beautiful nature island. It is another Saturday evening right here in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Want to shout out the folks in St. Lucia, St. Martin, Anguilla, St. Thomas, the U.S. Virgin Island, Antigua. Want to shout out the folks who are listening in the United Kingdom and Canada, of course, the United States. And not forgetting Guada, Sakafet Guada, Eve Martinique, Alomo, Telma, Mouna, Le Chime, Guadeloupe, Jodila. Sazo Cafe, Monsieur COVID la still la. I tell you, a special big up there to all our citizens. Yeah, man. Big up to South City, Grand Bay. Yes, I. Gwambe, Saka fait oswela. Le bonsoir. Yeah, man. And I want to say congratulations to, yes, the new elected parliamentary representative for the Grand Bay South City constituency, Honorable Vince Henderson. Big up to you, my brother. Yes, I. Big up to you for coming and make it happen again. Of course, continuing the representation for on behalf of the people of the Grand Bay constituency. Yeah, man, I tell you, it happened again, people. You know, we knew it was going to happen that way anyway. And all the big mouth and all the campaign and all those who believe that, something, a messiah, some kind of messiah was coming, name handbag was coming to save South City Grand Bay. M'a jamais tan bagay kon sa. But you know what? You know, with labor rights do it again. Labor ka travail. What labor does do is it's to say it best.
Are you ready to vote?
And South City was ready to vote. You know, they were ready to vote. And they went out and they voted for the Dominica Labour Party again. Of course, like they have always done, you know, in the past. Even in opposition. And like I said on my previous program, why would they not want to do it when they are in government? So I want to big up the people out South City and congratulations again to every single Labourite and every person who made an effort one way or another to make this possible again. You know, and we will talk more about that, but want to shout out a few folks there tonight. I say a special good evening there to, of course, the Honourable Prime Minister and all of the cabinet ministers and to all of the senators. A special good evening to each and every one of you. Of course, want to shout out Mr. Monroe up there in Bellevue, Mr. Moyes and family. Good evening to you and all the Pilit folks. Good evening to the Honourable Dr. Kenneth Daru Maflossi. Good evening to you, Annette Bates. Good evening. And not forgetting my good friend up there in Daly's family, Desi. Good evening to you, Desmond James and family up there in Victoria Dalis. Of course, Mikey Etienne, good evening to you, Gilham, and all the good folks up there in La Roche and Caribbean, Victoria, always tuned in to the next level. Want to say a special good evening to you all in the east coast of the island, La Plaine and Boudica. Good evening to Guan Form 1, Jean Sakafeta Swela. Of course, the folks in the Kalinago territory want to say good evening to you all in Casabros. And not forgetting our good folks in the north of the island, Dodan, Sakafet there, Penville, Vekas, Benz, Ansdime, Asolda. Good evening to all the good folks always locked in into Carry there. Cottage, how are you all doing tonight? And Marigot and Wesley, of course, the airport is coming to this constituency there. Yes, the Wesley constituency. Want to say a special good evening to the Honorable Fidel Grant, who is always locked in to the next level there. Of course, you know, people, it's happening. Again, want to shout out the good folks who are joining us on the Kyrie FM Facebook page. You all are always on time, so want to big you all up for logging in as soon as we get there. You know, once it's 8 o'clock sharp, I know many of you are already logged in. I want to shout you all out again and wishing you all a splendid weekend there. Of course, it's already 16 minutes moving after the hour of 8 o'clock, and want to extend deepest sympathy to all those who lost their loved one during the course of this week, you know, and I know some of you lost a loved one, so extending deepest sympathy to you all. And if you did celebrate your birthday, want to extend a happy birthday to you. But the telephones are going, so let's get right to the calls. They caller, good evening to you on the local line.
Good night, Monsieur Simeon.
Bonsoir, monsieur. Ça va bien, ça tout?
Vous écoutez où?
Oui.
Bon, nous allons monter nos jokes hier.
Qui non, joke là?
Leader opposition a décidé pas qu'à faire press challenge pour Noël Topoué. Mais il espère janvier pour ça faire challenge d'aller démontrer pour regarder qui est là pour l'élection là.
By election là?
Oui, et ce cadre là, regarder qui est cadre là.
Cadre là?
Voter card non.
Oh, voter ID card.
Voter ID card.
Oui, voter ID card, oui.
Opposition na hot gobe la dit il pas qu'à faire personne non because c'est Noël mais moi janvier qu'aller stade faire démonstration.
Oui.
Oui ça.
Ouais, monsieur toujours les questions pour parler comme ça pas sous point moi.
Ça est là hot gobe là qui va gagner là hein.
Ah, on va parler contre handbag là.
Handbag c'est qui leader présent.
Ou ba opposition.
Oui.
D'accord, monsieur.
Il conseille qui va espérer moi janvier pour ça aller démontrer pour ID cadeau.
Eh ben non man. Il pas faire l'argent non. Suivre Lennox Clinton, il fait l'argent. Pour un campagne.
Quittez Lennox Clinton dormir là, comment handbag pas mettre idéo.
Eh ben, ça c'est affaire yo. Quand dit c'est bon là. Comment on te dit moi ça c'est affaire yo. Oui.
Yo mon gars dit bon c'est pour paraître moins à l'esquine.
Oui.
C'est vraiment mal.
D'accord.
Le Premier ministre moi mon cher Vincent Desni.
Oui.
Bon comme ça ouais mon ça rejoice mais bon qu'on rejoice son jour.
Ça mon gars d'accord. Les là que arrivé.
Ay mon cher Jack.
Oui, bonsoir monsieur Jack. Je vais dire madame bonsoir.
Oui, il a qu'à côté.
D'accord monsieur.
Yeah.
Ah bon.
C'est bien fort.
Ou ka manger un braf. Ça c'est un bon bagaille. Moi mes braf moi tout ça. D'accord, passez bien. Okay, bonsoir. All right, let's go to the overseas line. Overseas line caller, good evening to you.
Good evening, Simeon.
Hey, my brother, what's up?
I've got a commentary.
Go ahead.
Here comes, it's a lovely day in Grand Bay and the cricket field, the pitch is looking good. Here comes Linton in the batting box and handbag in the non-striker end. And Roosevelt Skerry on the top of his map. And here comes Skerry come to bowl. And the ball and Linton push forward. And what a beautiful catch from Vince Henderson. Thanks for taking my call. Umpire Simeon say he got to go. Thanks for taking my call.
Are you ready? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready.
Yes, I Empire Simeon. On the local line, your caller, good evening to you.
Good
evening, Simeon.
Hi, good evening, my dear. Good evening.
I would like to shout out my pirate, Miss Lady Danielle, and to my Honorable Prime Minister, Roosevelt Skerrit, his wife, children, and family. And I'd like to shout out to Miss Danielle in Thames, Portsmouth, Mr. Leslie died, his wife. I would like to send condolences to her on behalf of her husband in Paybush. He passed a good laborite, friend of our own as well.
Okay.
They were my good people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so the husband passed.
All right. Yes.
And I'd like to shout out Mary Dave, Tony, just hold on strong in Guadeloupe. Hold on strong. Mr. and Mrs. Guada, Mr. Christmas, good night. Long time I haven't heard from you. And also to Roseau North, good evening to you. And Mammy Licent in Biosh, good evening. And all those that didn't hear my voice, I cannot call everybody.
Yes.
Good evening, Smeon, hold
Yes.
on strong.
All
So
right.
what about handbag now? See when I get in Maple, I give them Maple, I give them Maple too.
what you get in Maple for?
For handbag. For handbag.
Eh.
Yes, I'm making things they telling me, I'm not telling them too. Yes.
Oh, you
Up
mean
to
now?
now.
The, what
Up to
happened?
now, they're giving them time to sign them.
Your mouth does zip.
No, my mother zip now, I give them their own too.
Yes, right.
They're too moody. What they believe in handbag can represent people.
I can
And
understand
can
that.
have well represent his own bosses, people he can represent. I don't know, so give people a break.
Yeah,
Let
man.
Vince rule.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Yes, I.
Okay, Simeon, take care when you go in.
Yeah,
Going home.
will do, my dear. You take care as well. All right, there. Big up there to all folks in Collio there. Overseas line there. Call. Good evening to you on the overseas line.
Hi, good evening, Simeon. How are you?
Hey, hello, my dear. I'm good, and you?
Simeon, I heard you get free cool wash in a hand and you bust the bottom of the handbag. Free cool wash.
You know, that was laughable. That joke.
I tell you, I laugh until I tear me. I say, oh my God, I can't believe that. Free cool wash ever as a handbag ever. They say you bust the bottom of the handbag.
Hey, you know, that was such a joke, you know. The way the person put it, you know, 3 candidates. The first one was they could wash.
Now it comes free. Cool wash ever or handbag, you pay about a handbag land. Right. Why Dominicans not easy now?
I laugh on that one. Oh Lord.
That is really something else. These people have to just give up their just give it up. Look at that. Look at that. Look at what all you put in to represent a nice little village like that Grand Bay, Bonje.
Yes.
Embarrassing the people of Grand Bay and maybe their party.
Yeah.
Come on, man, don't do that. Let us, hey.
The thing Grand Bay stupid.
Border bag, handbag, la pay. One time, boom, and listen to me. I just want to tell Mommy good night. Mommy, good night. Good night, Mommy. How are you? How is everything? I hope everything is good. And I want to say a special good evening to a friend of mine in Daly Seas. Her mother, Mrs. Lovely, and her name is Rufina John and Mr. Awa.
Yes.
I want to say good night to these people there. And to Boetica, I want to say Boetica, I love Boetica lovers. And I want to say good night to La Plaine, Silo, good night in La Plaine. And Vikas, good night, Nola, Anna, and all the others all those elders in Vikas and, all around Dominica.
Yes.
I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody when it comes, okay?
Yes,
so,
I.
And let's continue, doing what we have to do. And I want to tell the people, don't forget God, because God works. He really works in mysterious ways.
That's
okay?
right.
So let's continue doing what we do in Simeon. And Simeon, I hope I will see you soon.
Well, look, all right, my dear. All right, my dearie. You're always welcome home.
Yes.
Yes, I. Yeah, all right.
Okay, love you. Good night.
Love you too, and take care there. All right, there. Yeah, man. Les Boca Travail.
All the sexy girls of Dominica are with flavor. All the sexy girls of Dominica are with flavor.
You hear that, people? All the sexy girls of Dominica Flavor. Monsieur caller, good evening to you on the local line.
Hey, Simeon, good night.
Yes, my brother.
Simeon, I understood we have Parliament on Monday.
Which part?
So I think the government have Parliament on Monday. Is that true or not?
I cannot confirm that. I cannot confirm that.
Okay, but if not, Simeon, you know we give Lennox Linton and UWP a googly in Grand Bay.
A googly?
And a good one too.
Yes, I.
Simeon, these fellows, they are wicked. And Labour Right and the leader of our party he knows that already. And we, the supporters of the Labour Party, we know that we have to keep the fort. That is what Brother Rosie taught us. That is what Brother Pierre taught us. And that is what many Labour Rights that was before us taught us. And when you see they come with their caution, you did not see the kind of bull Lennox Clinton was bowling for Skerrit and Vincent Desson. Stupid balls, white balls, man, we just taking that and throw that to 6 and 4s and all kinds. Even 12 we don't give that too. But we go in and catch him. He did not want to see Vincent Desson in the house. But Vincent Desson is going in the house. And that is the work that Rosie, that created for Skerrit and Vincent Desson. Because I heard him say that these two fellas shall be the other leaders that have to lead Dominica, future leaders of Dominica, and that's what they're doing.
Sorry.
Well, Mr. Vince, I myself welcome you with all my heart. And what they did not want to see, that's what, you know they try their best. And one thing you can give them what is that. And Simeon,
yes.
You know I like the little politics that we are running in Dominica.
What do you like about it?
Cool and quiet, man. No panic for deba.
That's right.
Let them go on Q95 and make deba. Let them go and say bad things about people. Let them go and lie about people because that's what they like. Edison James have stopped Lennox Linton, Earl William, and Ron Green to lie, and they'll continue lying on people. And you know their lie does give them blows.
Yeah, of course their lie must give them blows.
Tell you before I go, I have a message for a partner. Because they said when old people warning you, you must listen and you must behave yourself. I heard a good man, all of us know that he's a good man in Dominica, that's Parry Belot. He warned the media, they call him Matt. Matt, you must stop this kind of thing there. You just have fellas on your show just saying what they want about the Prime Minister. The whole world here in my brother. Matt, you must behave yourself. You're the who mete boda ou bien super mete boda ou bien on could have a problem. Because, to be honest with you, and it's not only Parry Belot that won Matt. You did not hear what Parry Belot said to Matt on Friday. Because the kind of things Matt allowing blessing to say about the Prime Minister, my brother. No respect to my brother. The Bible told you, honor to whom honor is due, and respect to whom respect is due. But Matt himself, he have a kind of hatred in his heart against Skerrit, and that is more than the hatred that Judas Iscariot had for Jesus Christ, you know, my brother. And the man doing everything but Parry Belot warn him. And if you don't want to hear, those that does not want to hear, I'll feel.
Yes, I.
When he went and he produced the name of Skerrit on his 10th newspaper, and telling people like that, Skerrit had to settle with him, lying and say Skerrit pay him. My brother, I tell you, that's a new era of yourself. Give yourself because your bottom will burn you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. That's my greetings time. Yes, I. All right. I'll talk to you later. All right, there. I tell you, it's 29 minutes moving after the hour there. Because, monsieur, caller on the local line there. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Simeon, and how are you?
I'm good, thank you. God bless.
Okay. I would like to say good night to Zetma. And Coliho, and also to Maudlin Wallace in Chance. And I would like to say congratulations to Honorable Vince Henderson and also to the people from Granby.
Yes.
Job well done. Although there's a lot of things, he's not from there, but if it was not the COVID, he would sweep them out. And well, handbag, well, the bag, it had too much load in the bag, it tear. Wash self, the free wash.
It was wash.
The crusher, yes, the crusher that what pieces you could get. At least the $500 go in the bag.
Yes, I.
So handbag set straight, Linton and them that send him,
Yeah.
he go up for them. So they after that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they could die. They was crying because I mean, all you didn't want him. All you didn't send him. Why all you to be so concerned? All you know he would not win.
Yeah.
The people from Granby wanted him, but the people that don't know Granby saying it's a slap. Well, I meet one, I say, well, Lord, you get a slap in all your face. And that is, and the princess will work for them.
Yes.
Anyway, good night and thank you.
Yeah, man. And you make a point there, that is a good point. I mean, I listen to the opposition, they're making noise. I mean, so Pavo your candidate. All you say, all you don't have a candidate. What all you making noise for like that? On the local line, they call a good evening to you. Yes. Yeah, go ahead, caller.
Good morning.
Somehow you're breaking up. I'm not. You're not coming across clear to me.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
You hear me now?
Yeah, me and you a little better. Yeah.
As I say, good morning. I would like to go back to the report.
All right, but you're breaking up. You just not come. You're not coming around clear. I'm not sure if it's your location or what it is, but I'm not getting you clear. I'm not hearing what you're saying properly. All right, you can try me again because not sure what happened to your telephone there. Caller, good evening on the overseas line.
Hey, Simeon, comrade, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good, thank you. Good evening. Yes, sir. Now I get the voice. The laugh alone. Honorable, good evening to you. Honorable Vince Henderson. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, comrade. Good evening. I have to change my greeting line, you know.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, man. Yeah. But I want to say special good evening to all your listeners. I know you have the most popular talk show. You know, you have fans all over the world.
That's right.
Who tune in, you know, from all parts of the world on a Saturday night. And, you know, I want to wish a special good evening to them.
Yes.
And, of course, a special good evening to Tetmon, Martin, Bordeaux, Picodo, and of course, Granby.
Yes.
I want to say a special good evening to all my constituents. And once again, to thank them for the support that they've given me and the Dominican Labour Party. I want to say a special thank you to them.
Yes. Indeed. I mean, it was quite a campaign there in a COVID time, Ambassador. Well, I call you Ambassador, but Honorable Henderson. I get so used to call you Ambassador. Every time the guys you Ambassador, they get in mad. But it was quite a campaign. Yes.
Yeah, it was certainly. I mean, it was just, you know, a little more than, just a few days from 4 weeks. And we really hit the ground running from day one. And it was intense because one of my key objectives was to visit as many people in the constituency as possible, to go through every part of the constituency, and I'm grateful and thankful that I was able to do that and reach out to as many people as possible. So it was intense, and you know, the results speak for themselves.
Yes, no doubt, Ambassador Henderson. Well, you know, sorry for calling you Ambassador. That name that's stuck in my mind for so many years now. But Honorable Henderson, I mean, certainly the work has just begun.
Well, yes, there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm grateful for being part of a capable team and under the leadership of Prime Minister Skerrit. Clearly, I know the commitment to respond to the needs of the people of the Granby constituency. It is really the top priority for the Dominican Labour Party administration at this time, especially in memory of our late comrade and brother, Ed Regis.
Yes.
Who passed away on the job. So we are committed to ensuring that we can respond to many concerns in that constituency and to help to bring more development. You know,
we have an aggressive development plan, which is essentially building on what Ed had already outlined for the constituency. So it's a lot of work to be done, but fortunately, with the support of our Labour Party administration and the many people from Grand Bay, those in Grand Bay and outside of Grand Bay. A good part of your Simeon, you always call in. He's a Grand Bay man too, you know.
Yeah.
You know, so I'll be
Yes.
calling a lot on all of them, and they have expressed their commitment, their willingness to be part of the process. So I will be leaning heavily on them and also on the everyday people in the constituency who themselves have a contribution to make.
Yes. Well, certainly you are not far from Grand Bay. I mean, your place of residence is just a couple minutes away. I would say half an hour for the most from South City.
No, man, you're mad, man. I mean, I'm not a fast driver anymore, but I mean, that's a 15-minute drive. You know,
Yes, I.
And a slow 20-minute drive. You know?
Yes.
It's right there. It's surprising how close. Although when I got there at 5 a.m. on Thursday, I said, man, this is such a beautiful place to wake up to.
Yes.
I mean, to see the rising sun, you know, it's a lovely place. And this is why I will definitely be pushing hard for enhancing the place for sites and services for tourism, because more people should be enjoying that view and enjoying some of nature's gifts in that area, coupled with the cultural talents and the artistic skills of the people. So truly, it's not far, but it's somewhere that I definitely just love to be, especially early in the morning.
Certainly, but how does it feel, Ambassador Nelson? I mean, you have served this country very well. It's not your first time in of course, being elected. You've been there already. But did you ever thought that you would be back in that position now? I mean, having served many years ago and in your wildest dream, I mean.
I know you're asking me that question for the public, because I have told you that, comrade, I have done my time. I am a backroom boy. I want to serve my party, as much as I can, doing whatever I whichever way I could.
Yes.
So I didn't see this one coming, to be honest. I had no plans of being back in active politics, in electoral politics, but I'm happy to be back. And one of the things that I've learned in this, I know the passage of time itself is not experience. People like to equate time or age with experience. But I think I have been fortunate that I've had the quality of experience, the time, the things I have done from 2000 getting into office and leaving into by the end of 2009 to today, that I think that I have gained tremendous experience, especially managing the last two campaigns for the Dominican Labour Party. Definitely you get a fair understanding on the ground, real practical experiences from various, angles, and being able through many different, serving in different capacities. It really helps that if you are attentive and if you use that opportunity to learn, and that's what life is about, I mean, every day we live, we should seek to learn something.
Yes.
So for the simplest things that we can learn to improve. So for me coming back 10 years later, it gives me a unique advantage, if I could call it that, because having been there, having lived through being a parent for 2 terms, having been out and serving Dominica, clearly it's coming back. I have a certain level of comfort that is not comfort as if money to have I fair.
Yeah, I know.
But a comfort in the sense that you feel more mature, you feel more ready, to deal with challenges and issues, and you're not easily thrown off. Before, remember when you just come in that, before man say a thing on you, so panicking, before man say you could watch yourself looking for cover, and when the challenges come, sometimes we coward. Although, I mean, in my 2 terms, we went through the most difficult times, in our fiscally, and you're an expert on that.
Oh, man.
You know what we went through in the early days.
Serious.
And the pressure that it brought. We had very little resources to move constituencies and to do the things that we always wanted to do for our people. So coming back 10 years later, now, it's a different time. But interestingly, though, and a friend pointed it out to me and told me, but you realize coming back is just like when you entered. I said, really? How so? He said, when you got in, things were difficult. you're coming in at a time when things are also difficult because the impact of COVID-19 globally and in Dominica, definitely it's going to make things a little more challenging for us.
Yes.
And we should not underestimate that impact.
No.
Thank God we are doing better than many, but if many are not doing well, we too will be impacted even more. So the truth is, it's a different feeling, and a lot of excitement and great anticipation on my part because I feel anxious to do stuff for the people of the Granby constituency. I feel anxious to serve Dominica, especially, as I said, this challenging time. And, it's really a different feeling than say, 10 years ago. Well, 20 years ago, when I got into the politics and when I left about 10 years ago.
Indeed. But as you speak of COVID-19, though, I noticed today that a number of the United States and the United Kingdom, they all are shutting down their borders because of a new variant that they are saying that is coming from Africa now. And, of course, they're exercising caution until they can understand it fully well. It seems like this COVID-19 is just not going away. Honorable Anderson.
Yeah, well, we said that before. And I think people need to take it more seriously, and this is why we need to follow the protocols, take the precautions that we can, get vaccinated, those of us who can, and to ensure that we play our part. But we also need to demonstrate some form of responsibility as well, those of us in government and those out of government, because the fact is we don't know, and I remember very early expressing that view that we don't know how long this is going to be with us. So I remember when there were calls for stimulus package and a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, we understand the pain that this has put people through, especially people in certain types of businesses, entertainment, for example. You can't have entertainment, and therefore people were without revenue, without income for a long time. There are people whose jobs were not possible anymore. Tourism, especially those rely very heavily on tourism. And so there's a need for providing some support. I understood that. But the call for some extensive stimulus package, I always felt was a bit overblown, that there had to be a more targeted response. First of all, understanding where the sectors that will hit most and would be affected for a longer period of time, and to put measures in place that would help to deal with the impact. So as we seek to now reposition ourselves, how we do things, right? Because there are things that are still possible in spite of the restrictions.
Yes.
So as we seek to refocus, we shift, and that shift should be done as part of the accompanying measures of what people may term a stimulus. I don't think it is a stimulus. It's really a support system. It is really almost in some cases a social safety net rather than a stimulus. You cannot stimulate an economy when you have those challenges. You can only sustain people and provide some support for them, but you're not able to stimulate business. I mean, that's a misnomer. I mean, whoever came up with that, I mean, that's a contradiction of it in itself, because you definitely cannot bring things back to the way they were.
Yes.
You have to live with it, and therefore the focus must be on how do we take the necessary measures that will get people to earn a living or to provide some support, social support to them while living through COVID. So I think we have to think very carefully. The government may have to recalibrate, recalculate, and to reposition some of its resources so that we can get the most, out of the resources that we still have access to.
Yes.
Because the reality is, Simeon, we're surviving because our main revenue stream is COVID-proof up till now. That is the inflows from the non-tax income stream through the TBI.
Yes.
That has, some buffers that are there that have caused us, to survive even almost, how many months, 18 months into a pandemic. So we now need to be very tactical, very careful, surgical even, in the allocation of resources. Because it cannot be business as usual.
No.
And the productive sectors must continue to get the support that they need, agriculture, tourism, because we will have tourists, just maybe not as many as we used to for a while. And manufacturing, we have to look at areas that we can target some of our resources and take advantage now of agricultural exports, the market that will need our products. So there are a number of things that we can do that can be very targeted, very specific, and we have to prepare to take the bold actions. I know it's not popular.
Yes.
So I'm saying this as a man that just, that done how many hours ago? 40 hours got elected.
Well, an experienced man. One filled with experience.
I can say that. I guess you can say that. But I don't want to become the unpopular guy that just got elected. But I think the truth is,
yes,
we may have to consider repositioning government finances so that we can really live through COVID. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because, bro, every country is getting hit and getting hit hard. We see the impact on fuel prices. We see the impact on just mere shipping costs, logistics problems. It's difficult to get stuff on time. So there are so many challenges that the world is going through. We have to be careful. There's an energy crisis in itself, although not totally created by COVID-19, but pandemic, but because of a number of other factors.
Yes.
The fight against climate change, the move that countries have made, the commitments to move to renewable energy, and what is happening now, the demand side for things like coal. But anyway, I can go on and on.
Yes.
The fact is, there are real challenges that the world's going through. There's some shifts taking place.
Yes.
That sometimes we may not even be aware of. But there's some major shifts taking place in the world, and they will have their impact on us. But they will also bring us some great opportunities.
Yes.
And this is why I said we need to now reposition so we can embrace those opportunities.
Yes, indeed.
And I am happy to be part of the Dominican Labour Party team because we're fortunate that we have a lot of able men and women serving as members of parliament and cabinet, who I am very happy to add my hands on deck so that I can help them in these very difficult times, because we need all hands on deck.
Indeed, and I want to personally welcome you back. To serving the people. I believe that the time fly by quickly. It's 20-something years from 1999 to now. And I remember when this all started, but no doubt you are coming in with a wealth of experience and knowledge, and there is great expectation, and I know you have been working vigorously on many important projects for Dominica that are on the way, and we are all looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, Simeon, I remember back in the days when I served, you and I. We did some things together. We did some progressive things together.
It did.
And I hope that we can build on those. Remember the youth skills training and internship in the very early days.
Yes.
As I said, days when we had very little resources.
Yes.
I think we need to do more of that, because we have some great initiatives. You see things like the NEP.
Yes.
I believe the NEP can become a tool for transformation in some sectors. Once we just need to do a little, according to my good friend Comrade Ian Douglas, a little tweaking. He likes that expression.
Yes.
I think we can do a little tweaking, and for example, we can use that approach, and especially building on what I remember trying with you. I tried it with Elvis Moranti as well.
Yes.
In his welding.
Yes.
And I see potential in the Granby constituency with another Moranti, who himself is doing furniture like yourself.
Yes.
And I understood you are now both using a new technology, new materials.
That's right.
That seem to have become very popular.
New methods of production.
I see the opportunities. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. New methods of production in a more industrialized system that can reduce unit costs and make
greater profit.
Furniture manufactured locally. Yeah, right. So making it cheaper, but allowing you as the producer to make a better profit.
That's right.
And being able to minimize or reduce some of the imports. So I see that already, Simeon, and I think this is something that we need to pursue aggressively. But the experience we've had.
Oh, yes.
Those things normally take a little work.
That's
and
right.
can be tedious.
Yes.
And not always easy to do. And that's why sometimes, we kind of, don't really push as we should on them. But I believe we can do this. Because if we focus on a transformation in areas where we can, as they would say, have an economic advantage, because obviously with the low cost of production in parts of the world, we can beat that. I mean,
Yes.
there's no way, Simeon, you could try to beat a Chinese manufacturer.
No.
Even if they have to ship it.
Yes.
you know,
Well,
from-
we
from
we
a
deal with
different-
freight and many other aspects. Yes.
region.
Expensive freight. Yes. from China.
Right. But I still believe that we can create something that can respond to people's I would their taste, for example, call it that for want of a better word. So that we can have more tailored, stuff done here that can meet the standard
Yeah.
and the price.
Yes.
And so I think there's potential, but again, those are things that require a lot of effort, a lot of work, and a lot of discussions, and try to see what is the best approach. It can't be a scattered shot or blind shot.
No.
It has to be targeted. It has to be thought out and discussed thoroughly. So I think there are some great opportunities, and COVID-19 should give us the time to recalibrate and recalculate, and to see where we can best put a dollar, so that we can have the as they say, the bang for the buck. We can have the maximum output out of every dollar that the government invests. Not obviously social services are social services. Social safety nets are important.
Yes.
While they should be targeted to make sure that the people who need them the most get them. But there are other areas that I believe that we need to focus on more for a greater bang for our buck, so that every dollar spent can help us to see more output.
Indeed. I look forward to working with you. I mean, I noted that you had quite a few engagement with the youth of Granby, particularly during this by-election, as to areas of interest. And, how did all of that go anyway?
Well, Simeon, that went, better than I expected. As I would say, beyond expectations. It was really an amazing turnout, feedback, and I would say engagement. So I did a few of those, and I will tell you, one of the things that drove me to do that is the fact that there were so many young people who themselves were sort of anxious about their futures. They wanted to know what is in store for them, what they can do, and looking also for some guidance. So for me, it was not just, it was listening to them, talking with them, but also being able to be, as it were, counselor of sorts, in some regards, because we had quite a bit of one-on-one. I was most moved by the fact that these are young men and women who are anxious to do stuff. They want to achieve something for themselves, whether it's through education, training, skills training, employment. I was really impressed, and this is one of the things that gave me the energy to continue, pushing every day, and it's my inspiration now. To work hard for them, because I was so impressed and encouraged by their response that I have no choice but to hit the ground running, and that I have done. I have started, and I am really looking forward to working closely with them, having more frequent engagements with them, because I think at the end of the day, we need to keep that line open. We need to ensure that we engage our young people as we seek to create greater opportunities for them. And this is so when I spoke about, for example, this skills training stuff,
yes,
they drive me to push that, because of my engagement with them, and having visited people and going all through the constituencies and listening how the constituencies are and listening. I think it was what that got me to that point. So I think it's a good opportunity. I honestly, in spite of the many challenges in the Granby constituency, in Dominica, and the world, I see some great opportunities, because I think we really get the time to refocus on some things, because clearly what we're hearing and what we're seeing is forcing us to move in that direction. I'm not in any way saying that the last 21 years have not been a transformational time for Dominica. The evidence is there to see.
That's right. That's right.
You go on the ground and you see it.
Yes.
You can't avoid it. And those who try to deny it, I don't even know what to say to them.
I know.
Because the evidence is so, it's there.
It's glaring, yes.
It's everywhere. So, but that's what happens when you move a country from where we took it in 2000 to where it is now.
Yes.
That expectations will increase. People expect more. And the things that you did before that had such great impact no longer have that impact, because people get used to it. It's human nature.
Yes.
And it's not because people are ungrateful or have memoir pool. This notion of memoir pool, again, is another unfortunate term that we use, but it's not memoir pose, really.
Yes,
There's no such thing.
Right.
It is just human nature. People are not bad like that. People are just human nature.
Yes.
Because if you get used to the fact that you can now, come to Dominica at night when you could hardly leave, after 4 in the evening, I mean, you become used to that. So that is an old thing. I mean, nobody even remembers that.
Yes.
I mean, right? Nobody. People, it's not something that people is for, if you're on your mind. And then the young people who were born, in 2000, they didn't even know some of the things that existed before.
That's right.
So it is, and this is why anytime you've been successful, you become a victim of your own success because, it's just natural that people expect more.
Yes.
And this is why we should never take comfort in the fact that we have done a lot of big stuff.
Right.
We have to continue pushing, reinventing ourselves sometimes, and doing the kind of things that are necessary so that we can keep on that development path.
Yes.
We have to go on that development path. So we've done a lot, and I think we have to be always mindful of that, and all people have to appreciate the fact that even with little, we've been able to do so much, and we have to thank our Prime Minister because he has always found a way to get things to happen for us. I mean, every time we thought this, boy, things are bad, and things are not, going to get better. It is always gotten a way to get it better.
Yes.
And I think it is important for us now to all of us make our contribution.
Indeed.
And it's easy to sit down and criticize.
Yes.
It's easy to do that.
Yes.
But hard work, but the hard work that Prime Minister Skerritt and the DLP administration have done over this past 21 years, my brother. That's nothing easy, nothing short of a miracle.
Oh, I tell you, brother, nothing short of a miracle.
Especially after the blow that tropical storm Erica gave us. And by the time Hurricane Maria reached Plentyman Fort, well, this was it,
Yeah, 20 years. 20 years for recovery.
Yeah, man say we can never recover, we can never come back.
Yeah, 20 years they gave us.
And even the PM himself, when he spoke, he said it would take us, more time to really build back, and look at what he's been able to do.
Yes.
Look at what we've been able to achieve.
And as you speak about what we've been able to achieve, I was saying to someone that, when you look at the DLP, yes, the DLP came in 1999, 2000 and took the country forward. But when you really look at what Hurricane Maria did to this island in terms of the devastation that it did, it's almost like we've been working 4 years ago.
But let me tell you, it's not just that, You had a thing saying, Simeon, and I want to remind you of what you've been saying. You said we only started in 2007?
Yes.
Because remember, we had the IMF program, from 2000.
That's right. We had to go through 10 years under that program, yes.
Exactly.
Structuring program.
So really and truly, exactly. So the structural adjustment program, we were under that program for a while. When we reduced salaries, we couldn't. Public spending was so limited and restricted that there are a lot of things that we could not do. Our debt to GDP ratio was so high. There are so many things that we had to struggle to fix.
Yes.
So it took us some time to actually get on our feet. So that when sometimes people thought, the guys that like to throw this at us, all this time. Yeah. But the truth is, we really had 7 years of just pure hardship and struggle. Not being able to pay civil servants on time. And since then, that's a thing of the past.
Yes.
And we have done the transformation of this country. Prime Minister Skerritt was able to use everything he could, and he was able to use foreign policy, the tools of foreign policy, to help to transform Dominica with relationships like, again, the People's Republic of China. We saw our relationship with Venezuela closen and strengthened, deepened, and what that led to. And we were able to navigate and to work with our friends in the European Union to ensure that we can continue getting support from the EU. And most people don't realize that, but the EU has been a significant partner in our development.
Yes.
And then we had the World Bank and the IMF themselves who, after years of structural adjustment, became some significant partners in our development. And especially after Hurricane Maria, we've seen what the World Bank has been able to do for us in providing support to agriculture, in housing, in social services, and just helping us to rebuild. And so it's really the strength of leadership that can achieve those things. These things are not by accident.
No, not at all.
Not because people like us.
No,
not because people like us.
No, I always say that,
They're under, yeah.
I remind people of that every day. I remind people that, being a leader and running a country, people don't just give you things like that because you're a leader.
Comrade, is hard work. You have to be able to navigate through the challenges. You have to be able to ensure that you can push your own domestic agenda forward to your foreign friends and to make a convincing case.
Yes.
And one of the things that Prime Minister Skerrit has been the best, he's been the best at this. He knows how to first create the right relationships, but how to nurture those relationships and to let them work for us.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And to let them work for us. And this is what we have seen, and this is why I'm very happy to be part of that team, because I know the challenges out there, but I also know that we have a leader who has the ability to help us to navigate through any difficulty.
That's right. That's right.
And COVID-19 pandemic is not going to hold us back. We just need our people to work with us, to cooperate, to take the vaccine.
Yes.
And to move away from all this nonsensical, what they call it, conspiracy theories.
Yes, conspiracy theories.
All those kind of stories.
Yes.
We have to try now. The vaccine is not a panacea. It's not going to mean that once you're vaccinated, we're not going to have COVID. Look, you see what happened in the UK.
Yes.
A very high percentage of vaccination. But the fact is, while people may get infected, but as many people will not die or be severely hospitalized.
Right.
Which is what we've always been saying, that the vaccines are not perfect. They don't mean that you won't get COVID.
Right.
But the key things, the two very important things that the vaccines have done for us so far and will continue to do is that they prevent people from getting severely ill to be hospitalized, and two, they prevent death. And this is what we need to focus on. Once we can achieve those, herd immunity, we can ensure that adequate number of people are vaccinated. We can gradually open up more and to ensure, again, that we can see more economic activity.
Yes.
So the stimulus package that I was talking about, fellas must talk about that. Because, when I get, even if you give man a big money and people can't go to their business place or they can't do certain things, how that stimulating there?
It won't work.
Where the stimulation?
It won't work.
The only person that stimulates is I get the money,
That's right. That's right.
A stimulus package is something that can help to move an economy. So for us, just hear people use big words overseas on TV, and they don't hear CNN, and they just come and use those words. But that is one of the most ridiculous things I've heard.
But they're not serious about those things they're saying anyway. They're just saying it to try and for political expedience, but they're not serious about it.
Yeah.
Because we well know that. Yes.
Yeah, because for us to stimulate the economy, we need to achieve herd immunity. We need to ensure that money is going to the right places, and that businesses can have, continue operating.
That's right.
And the government has been so responsible in managing, even when we had the surge. Look at how responsible, the government managed that.
Yes.
The government was able to lock down and to gradually reopen and to keep this thing at bay.
Yes.
I mean, unfortunately, we still have a high number of people who have been infected, and the numbers at the COVID center are still, although within manageable levels, but continue to put pressure on government finances.
Oh yes.
But think about this, Simeon. If you're vaccinated and you get infected, as far as I understand it, you can stay in quarantine at home.
Yes, that's right.
Right. So imagine that if everybody who can be vaccinated is vaccinated, right? So that's talking about people of the age permissible up to 12.
Yes.
Can be vaccinated with the Pfizer, and people who their physicians would advise them, yes, you can get vaccinated. Imagine if all these people would be vaccinated. Think about it. If we get COVID we can stay at our homes. The government doesn't have to provide us with a meal. They don't have to provide services. And the cost per infected person is therefore reduced. Now, if somebody who is not vaccinated gets infected, it means that they have to go down to the facility. They have to be provided with free meals. They have to be provided with care. We have to operate and maintain that facility at capacity. So all of these things are having a serious impact on government finances.
Oh, yes.
So sometimes it's kind of funny that the same people who are calling for stimulus packages, the same people who put us in that position,
I tell you, brother,
who put the country under more economic pressure because the government now has to expend more money taking care of them at the facility. And that is the hypocrisy with some people I've heard, always be calling for something and it's quick to blame the government when they themselves are contributing to the problem. They're not part of the solution. So it's also too, and this is why I think, and I'm very happy sometimes when I see we take actions that reward people who've been vaccinated. People should always feel that being vaccinated itself, you get rewarded for that. So not only protecting your life and playing your part in reducing the cost to government, but also being able to have access to certain facilities and certain things, that people who are not vaccinated have. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so,
yes.
So like in the UK, in Scotland, for example, if you're vaccinated, you can go to a club.
Yes.
To a number of people.
Yes.
You can go out to a game, you can go to the theater, you can do certain things, If you're not vaccinated, you can't go into them places. Right. So it's not government not forcing you to be vaccinated. Government is not saying we're mandating the thing. The Prime Minister has made it clear we're not going down that road. Okay, we're not going down that road. But, because I honestly believe that we need to get ways so that people really seriously consider, without pressuring them, sit down and consciously think, boy, maybe I should get vaccinated. So I am happy with the work that is being done by the government in keeping COVID at bay. We all just need to make our own contribution.
Yes.
To ease up the pressure on government finances because it's all about money. That burning pot now.
I mean, every time I look at this, I said, since the budget was passed this year, it's been COVID. It's COVID just take over.
I'm telling you, it's not an easy time. It's not an easy time, and COVID hasn't given us a break, and it means that the money you thought you were going to spend on COVID, you maybe had to double or triple that in the budget.
Yes,
and especially with the surge that we had earlier this year.
Yes.
So it's challenging times for the world.
Yes.
But there's no greater comfort than knowing that just as believers and Christians do, knowing that they have a God that will provide for them. I think we in Dominica are fortunate knowing that we have leadership that has been tried, tested, and proven that we have the capacity to overcome any challenge.
That's right.
And starting with our own fiscal issues when we inherited this government in 2000, having gone through all, from natural disasters and the world itself having gone through its own turmoil. Because remember, you had fiscal and economic crisis. We still have been able to do better than most. So I think clearly we must take comfort in that.
Indeed.
And that's why for me, Simeon Roy, it feels good to be back, at that level.
Yes.
Where I can also be part of that team to make my contribution.
Indeed. I look forward to working with you, and I'm really, grateful to have you back. I mean, it's I know that you will, bring tremendous experience, and as I said, you're committed to the cause, and no doubt, Labour will continue to reign.
Well, yeah, I'll do my bit. I've always been a Boy Scout,
Yes.
It's a pleasure to serve.
Yes.
But to me, and I also have to recognize your own contribution.
Oh,
you have been steadfast
yes.
in holding the strain, even when things are hard and the criticisms are flying and sometimes even personal attacks.
Oh, that comes with it too.
You've kept the faith.
Yes, no doubt.
And you continue to do a great service not only to Dominica Labour Party, but to Dominica, because a lot of the things that you're pushing are things that are good for Dominica.
That's right.
Things that are for Dominica.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think it is important to well, for me, I have to recognize your contribution because you are playing a very important role, and I also want to recognize the contribution of your own colleagues.
Yes.
You know, your radio team.
Yes.
You guys
And your council and others. Yes.
You know, you are doing an excellent job out there, and you come out. You're never too tired.
No.
Never too busy.
I tell
to
you.
make yourself available.
Yes.
And to keep the message out there, and of course your regular contributors, people like Senior Council.
Yes.
Senior Council is always on the ball.
Oh yes.
Always pushing through, and you know, comrades like Donny and Lloyd, and you know, the brothers, they
yes,
the Paul brothers.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
I listen to them and the many regular contributors that you have, and Clarence Christian and Clevin Mills. You know, you guys are doing an excellent job. So keep that going.
Will do.
I will do my best to contribute when I can.
Yes, indeed.
And whenever you invite me, of course, as a dutiful soldier, I will
No problem.
Available.
No problem. No problem. Want to thank you for really joining us tonight. I mean, it's a pleasure having you on as you newly elected Pal Rep for Grand Bay. Indeed, I know the Grand Bay people are very happy. There were those who were trying to talk about you as being an outsider coming to serve in the constituency, but they just don't understand what they're talking about, and that's how I see it.
Yeah, well, boss man, I don't go talk to them people there because
No.
people there were never really important.
That's right.
In the process.
That's right.
Because I wasn't trying to represent Barry God or anywhere else, because these Barry God fellas are making trouble about me.
Yes,
or fellas like Afi that run all kind of place before, or Afi maybe run all Wesley them, you know.
Yeah, boy.
I don't know where Afi from, but Afi run how much places Dominica and get defeated.
Yes.
Humiliated, not just defeated, humiliated.
I tell you.
And it's Afi them and some fellas from my neighborhood down there.
I know.
I had a problem with that.
Boy.
Them man don't worry about Grand Bay people, and Grand Bay don't worry about them man. I never answer this. So them you never hear me on your program.
Right.
Chanting them fellas down or
Right.
responding to them, because them fellas never really mattered.
That's right.
And I knew that. And
Yes.
the Grand Bay people in the Grand Bay constituency were telling me that. So when I go to Grand Bay, the kind of nonsense I hear fellas talking about, Grand Bay people never talk about that.
Yes.
People never talk about that.
Right.
People in Monty never talk about that.
Right.
And when a comrade, maybe when you meet someone that may have their own issues and may engage you in a discussion, when you sit and discuss with them, and by the time you're done saying, boy, yeah man, yeah, I'm glad you come around, you know, boy. I feel you'll do something good for us. You know, first, but at the end of the day, and that's why I try to tell some of the comrades, them man making that noise wouldn't really permit them every single.
I know.
Sometimes these others are making them and string people,
Yes.
names them and they're important. Like
Yes.
like the fella from St. Joe, what's his name? They call him all kind of names.
Yeah.
I know him for.
Yeah.
Or you call him, or you elevate him in this part, or you call him Blessing.
Blasting.
Or you call him Blasting or
Yeah.
something. But I don't call him all them things. I just know him as I know him. For
Yes.
Diatron.
Yes.
And you know when I hear them, man, I say, this is perfect.
Parfait, dog, sir.
Because c'est mon là où la famille avait power swords, all you go wrong, the roads making demonstration.
Yes, yes, we.
You know, I mean, husband,
Yes.
you can speak for people.
That's
People
right.
speak for themselves, and
Yes.
the most powerful tool in our democracy to speak is the ballot box.
That's right.
You
That's
go
right.
to the polls and express your view and select a government of your choice or representative of your choice. So this is why for me, marquer gaspiller temps, car oui pour monsieur, parce que monsieur pas ni bon tête.
That's
Monsieur,
right.
c'est monde qui fainéant.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I'll say about them is that monsieur really fainéant. He's a bunch of lazy men. Dr. Ferrara said it best.
Yes.
The party has now become a party of workers that refuse to work.
Yes.
Monsieur pas aimé travail.
Never saw that.
Simeon, all them man had to do. Okay, well, get a good fella, you know, and run him or her. Get a good lady, run her. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Get somebody. you come in demonstrating, making noise, all kind of foolishness. I mean, there's a father from Euro. They're like listen somewhere up there.
Yes.
The fella come and put his name on the ballot paper, you know.
The 2 hours
The
guy.
man run with.
Mm-hmm.
The man, you get I hear you get a vote for each stone.
You know, it was funny when they asked him a question about how he feel about the election. He said, "Well, you know, at least there were 3 people who saw the vision."
Yeah, man, you have to build up on that. But that's a man, that's a serious man.
Yes, I.
Because a man wants to know he can start from 0 going up.
Yes.
When they had nothing, he left his 3.
Yes.
So if you're a serious political party, the last time you get 212 votes. Well, my brother, all you have to do
Yes.
hope that this time you can get maybe a 300, add another 100 to that, maybe a 312. You know,
Yes.
build up.
Yes.
I mean, people in the constituency don't want all this true, but you can try.
Try at least show interest.
You know, well, of course, showing. I like to use my own experience. When we came, Labour Party had 200 and something votes, you know.
Yes.
When Doreen Polge was the last defeat in 1995.
Yes.
Right? Jameson Pierre, my cousin Pippin, had gotten 282 votes, I think, something about that. And Doreen Paul was formidable. She was a serious minister of government, senior minister of government.
Yes.
And when I came in, that Mr. Liquor Boy had no political experience, never do no political work. Mr. just decide, I in that, and I in that.
Yes.
And it's the same thing I did in the Granby constituency. So what I did, I came along, short time. I was then in November. The election was January. So from the time I got to Dominica, I don't even know what I'm going to do next. But I decided, boy, I tell them, man, I come in for and run the thing. So I'm going to run.
Yes.
And I decided to walk the constituency. Went through places in Bells I didn't even know before. Begging everybody I meet for their votes. And that's what we did.
Yes.
That's how you win elections. That's how you build up. You don't win elections by going on the radio or Facebook. Vote at the Facebook.
That's right.
The only thing people can vote on Facebook is like. They see something they like and they just click like, you know.
Yes.
A little thumbs up. But the real people, that's not how we vote. We go to the polling stations and we vote.
That's right. That's
so
right.
for you to get your message across, you have to go to the people and give them a plan, a vision, some reason why they should put their faith and confidence in you. So a bunch of lazy fellas, man. I don't want to tell them, man.
Yes.
I don't have time for Mr. Them.
Indeed.
Asking me about all kind of things. I don't want to respond to this guy.
Yes.
Because these guys, they just don't get it. We've defeated them how many times? 5 times, boy.
Yes.
Carried Poppy them man 4 times already, boy.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
And them fellas still they're making a fool of themselves, boy.
Same old noise.
There's no way, myself. Yeah. And that's why I tell you, the passage of time is not necessarily what people like to call experience. Man can have good and bad experience. Man can have experience and just come out more thought, you know.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Because,
yes.
I mean, the leader of the opposition is much older than me. Let me say, pack up one, pass up one.
Same old.
Because you can't get 2 big defeats. You get 2 boop, boop, some serious blows on you there. And yourself not looking like you're learning anything.
Nothing.
Same way you come when you said you're a political novice.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 elections later, you're still a political novice by your action and your utterances.
Yeah. You know, when I heard him on when I heard him on Thursday speaking about the by-election in Granby, and speaking about you and trying to give the world impression that you know, you were not properly nominated and that is an illegal election, I'm like saying to myself, you know, it is one thing to argue against something, but it's one thing to accept when you're wrong on something, you know. I mean, and these guys never really accept when they are wrong about nothing.
Well, let me just add a little piece to that.
Yes.
I mean, I said I was going to talk about that, but that's something, that's that thing when you hold a man to pop a man because a man making more fool of himself.
Yes.
Sort of book cafe. We got food and say, cool. But hear that. Listen to how stupid that argument is. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just say, for argument's sake, that what they were alleging, and what they were pushing, right, to disqualify me, that let's just say they were to prevail. So who become the representative? Handbag?
It seems that's what they were trying.
I mean, really? No, that thing is more ridiculous than I thought.
Yes.
So, okay. So you have a man, you see the man going to get nominated, and you think the man illegal, and you're not running a serious candidate. So let's say by default you were to win.
Yes.
Your representative would become Julius Carver. I'm Gabriel.
Gabriel. That's what they.
That would be your representative. And you happy with that?
It seems so.
Nah, man. These fellas have no regard for people,
That's
no
right.
respect for people.
That's right.
And this is why the people of the Granby constituency really give it to them loudly.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm happy that the people of the Granby constituency use me as the tool to tell, to be the message, the messenger on their behalf. They sod, okay, bazoku. Look at what's the outcome.
Yes.
Hmm?
Yes.
Look at the outcome.
Yes.
In a time of COVID, when so many of our supporters got infected,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and them fellas there, I checking, boy, no. Mr. Ali Mr. I don't know how people can be a party like that. I want to say,
yeah.
Steven, boy, thank God, the boy is very good. The boy,
Yeah.
if Mayor was in no party,
Yes.
I'd have doing them push on it. I tell you straight.
Yes.
Boss.
I couldn't be part of that.
For a man like that to lead you, no man, I'll be part of that.
I couldn't be part of that.
I got my own check my sin. I don't want to be part of that. I don't think no man take me and make wheezy, Barry. That's one thing.
Yeah, man.
Myself,
We too smart for that.
But to be on man after all.
Mm-hmm.
Simeon boys, a good thing. I mean, the party has been fortunate to have people like you.
Yes.
Because if you see us doing a sort, I know you.
After all.
You're a man, you're straight enough to tell a man he sort that.
I will speak directly. You know that already. I did.
I remember to fight with man in them days, you know. A man doing something that will make it sense.
Yes.
Minister, no matter who you tell man.
We tell it as it is. But we stay
no,
together.
No, but seriously, yeah, man, and that is the worst part about them guys. Is that as if in a room, you mean a room of men and women, you have no sensible person among them.
No, not
tell a man,
well,
that is what you doing there. That's embarrassment for us.
Well, that's a political organization that does not have a leader at the head. You know, it's like everybody's leading and nobody's actually leading, and that's what's happening with them. You know.
But you give that man too much credit. That man is a political party.
Yes.
Labour Party is the only political organization in the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Yes. Well, the most organized political organization. Yes. Yes.
Let me give you one before I go.
Yes.
Say that. Let me give you one.
Yeah.
So last night, I had a little get together for my election day, workers and the teams, because we had various teams throughout the campaign.
Yes.
So we were having a little get together, man. And there's a lady who was an agent at a polling station. And she started a conversation. She said, Gata, let me tell you, man. When I sat, she said, I sat at the polling station, and first of all, I come with my little bag, because we give each of our agents, indoor agents, a bag. Everybody got a bag, because even those on the buses and the private vehicles, they had a bag, because they had the voters list, they had paper, they had pens, they had, they had masks, hand sanitizer, so that they could give people masks. If they don't have masks, they can sanitize their hands, very often, frequently. And so they were well equipped. So everybody left our headquarters, or common center, as we call it, with their package. Now, when we, in a true Labour Party fashion, when we have election, we always ensure that our agents are fed. Every election workers are fed.
Yes.
You know that, Simeon.
Yes, that goes without saying.
When we left, everybody left the common center with a little coffee, tea, a little kakao, some crackers, a little thing. Went to their locations, and by 8:30, the program was 8:30 is breakfast, 12:30 lunch, 3 p.m. you get your snack. So the lady said, man, when I step in there, man, with my little bag, man, and I put my bag on the table, and I took out my bottle of water, I put it there. I took out my pad, I put it there. I took my pencil, I put it there. I took out my voter's list, I put it on the table. I'm more God, they more cover the Monsieur Pani here. So the agent for them fellas, I don't know what for 2 hours shop for. Them fellas will come with their hands swinging.
Oh Lord!
But you hear the joke though. It's 8:30 sharp breakfast, and not just breakfast, according to her, I got my breakfast with my polling district, my polling station, and my name.
Yes, sir.
And she said, man, when she get that, the fella looking around and checking, but if he can get some to her. Because let me tell you, man, that's an organized party.
Yes.
The way she was saying it, she was very expressive.
Yes.
And I don't do her justice.
Yes.
But the way she said it,
yes,
it was entertaining. But
yes,
it made up. It it made a strong statement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's a statement that Dominican Labour Party is an organization, a serious organization.
Mm-hmm.
And you know the thing about organizations, they take their culture from the head.
Yes. Yes.
It's the leadership, that said.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
It set the tone.
Yes. Oh yes.
So PM Scary doesn't joke with them things. He's really organized.
He said high standards.
Very, very organized.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And exactly, and always set very high standards for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that is how we used to run in our elections.
That's right.
And this is how we conduct ourselves. So Mr. Nem is not no political organization. Mr. Nem is a political party.
Yes.
Just like you have a little party by you, man.
Yes.
Come bring a bottle, bring a thing.
Yes.
Just come around, hang around, play some music.
Yes.
Man talk, man laugh. That's what them fellas have.
Yes.
Them fellas have a political organization. Man.
Yes.
That's not serious.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I support the nomination of my constituent as their political leader.
Yes.
I think he showed some courage in the last by-election, and I think I would support his nomination. If I can do that, I don't get into my business, but I think Handbag would do better than this.
Well,
I had more guts, and courage.
Well, they have something coming up. We look forward to seeing what decisions they make. But in the meantime, we have our work to do. And that's where our focus is for now.
Yes. Jokes aside, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yes.
And we're committed to that, and that is one thing for sure. Nobody can ever accuse Labour Party of being, a lazy party. We've always been a very, very serious party, very serious organization, and our Prime Minister and ministers continue to demonstrate their commitment to Dominicans.
Yes.
And always work, to deliver to our people.
I should tell you before.
To be part of that.
I should tell you before you leave, though, some of our Facebook, we have our loyal Facebook fans who always join the next level. As you said about the campaign, not always about Facebook, some of them are saying, well, they have been very vigorously contributed towards the campaign. And no doubt, we have quite a few loyalists who are on social media. They join us on Facebook every Tuesday, every program that we have. And they are, of course, whether they are on island or off island, they are also part of fighting the battle with us, and no doubt I don't want them to take it that you mean that they are not important. Of course,
I will have to apologize to them now. I don't want them to vex with me because I say my thing, but it's very wrong. I agree, wrong.
Yes.
But what I really said, my sister just told me she's listening.
Yes.
She's on Facebook as well. But what I simply meant is these guys they use social media to accuse us, to attack us, to assassinate people's character, to make all things of manner of falsehood about every one of us. And they go out there, they frighten people, and people get frightened.
Yes.
Because they have their own people who are, spreading this stuff, liking it, and getting it out there. So it sort of scares our people, and our people always feel that they're winning because of that. So that's what I meant by that.
Yes.
That's what I meant, because all I mean is that the likes on Facebook cannot vote.
Right.
It is the people who have to go to the polling stations, go at the back of the curtain and to put their X by the shoe. And that is how elections are won.
Right.
But an election campaign has many facets.
That's right.
We had a very active Facebook page ourselves for the campaign in the Granby constituency. We appreciate the many followers and the supporters and the comments and the encouragement and all of the good stuff that we got from that.
Yes.
But I simply meant that the comfort of an air-conditioned room, and again, that is not your work, for example, Simeon, is not limited to the air-conditioned room that you are now.
Oh, no.
Managing a console.
That's right.
You hit the ground.
That's right.
You hit the ground, you go to people, you hear their concerns, you respond, you report, and you try to improve people's lives. And similarly, in similar fashion, we use social media for good, to spread,
factual information.
What we're doing and to express our support. But these guys have utilized social media as a weapon to destroy people's names and their character, and to intimidate and to send out threats. But last Sunday when I was on my way to church, I got last Saturday actually, someone just sent me something that one of these guys posted. I mean, if they were to do that in the U.S. against some public official, they would be in jail right now.
Yes.
They've been arrested.
Yes.
And this is the kind of things that these guys have resorted to. So I don't want to in any way want to offend your many fans who use the Facebook platform to follow you and to contribute to the general the discussions taking place in Dominica.
Yes.
But it's simply the point was
Yes.
that this doesn't guarantee the amount of likes you get on Facebook doesn't guarantee that you will get those votes.
That's right. That's
in an
right.
election.
That's right.
Because
That's right.
if you had seen the amount of people that supported handbag,
Yes.
I mean, some of them man don't even know what Grande is.
I know.
And them man on the supported handbag.
Yes.
So a lot of people were calling and people were worried and people saying, boy, Mr. Them want plenty votes. I just think so. That is the point I'm making.
Yes.
Because people were really getting worried and even nervous because of what they were seeing on social media.
Yes.
So really, that's not where the action is, man.
Right.
That's not where the action is.
Point well taken on that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, though. But I want to really thank you for joining me tonight and speaking with me. I look forward to speaking with us generally, because you're speaking to the general public and the people from Granby. I look forward to us continuing that discussion. I know there will be a lot more that we will talk about in the future. But again, welcome back, Honorable Henderson, and it's really a pleasure to be speaking to you tonight as the elected member for the Granby constituency. I did not see that 2 months ago. I mean, I remember speaking to Comrade Ed just before his passing, and it's like he himself had such big dreams for the constituency, and unfortunately, he had to depart from us at such a very early stage. But I know that you have taken on a huge task ahead of you, to represent the constituency. And again, God continue to look after you in that process, my brother.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Tomorrow I'm heading to Mass at the Granby Catholic Church, and then on to Mountain, to the Tetmon Gospel Mission Church. I'm going to worship with Pastor Hector and his congregation. It is just a show of appreciation and thanksgiving and expressing gratitude to the people of the Granby constituency who supported me and the Dominica Labour Party in the by-election.
Yes.
So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to consume an hour of your time.
Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry, we had no plan to do that,
but
I just simply wanted to call to big you up and to big up my people.
Well, it go already. Labour Katwavai.
All right, so we'll keep in touch, brother. We'll keep in touch.
Indeed.
All the best.
All the best. Thank you again.
Nice.
All right there. All right. Yeah, man. All right there. You just heard it there from, our elected member for the Granby South City, constituency. Yes, Dr. Henderson, who is now the elected member, of course, continuing the very important task of representing the people of that constituency there. Let's go to the overseas line there. Good evening to you. The telephones are going already. Good evening.
Dr. Simeon.
Hey, my brother, good evening. How are you, man?
Man, you're just a bad man. That's all I got to say.
Bad as in good.
Yes. You're a bad man, sir. Do you hear the eloquence and sensible, dialogue that was going on between you and the honorable elect, man?
Yeah, and our pastor does without we do it.
That is a no-brainer, man. That is absolutely a no-brainer that this is the quality of representation that Granby deserves. And people are taking this whole election thing as some buffoonery because you have a political party that's just stewed in buffoonery, from top down to bottom. Yes. And I like what the minister said, well, he's not a minister yet, the honorable elect said.
Yes.
That they think that Facebook is an actual representation of, election outcome.
Yes.
It's not. It's absolutely not. You have people going to Facebook to challenge a candidate for election process, excuse me. Okay?
Yes.
Coming up with all sort of shenanigans. But they don't realize the world boss is a very good strategist.
That's right.
And before I even forget, let me just congratulate him again. Congratulations, Mr. Prime Minister, on a job well done. Congratulations, Mr. Henderson, for being victorious in this by-election. I know the vision that you guys have. Congratulations, Simeon, and all the others that contributed. I mean, you guys had a short window to run a campaign, and you just did an awesome job.
That's right.
And that is the level of commitment, the execution that it takes to run an election. Meanwhile, you have an spending their time attacking you
Yes.
and your strategies and what you're planning. They planned your strategies. They planned the Labour Party strategies for them.
Yes.
You're spending time instead of executing your own plan. All right? Instead of doing that,
Yes.
you're out there fighting, throwing monkey wrenches wherever you can to disrupt an electoral process when you cannot because you burned all your bridges.
That's right.
Yeah, you curse off the president who is born from Granby. You curse off the minister. Do you think that these people are going to forget you?
No.
Because you don't have the gall to put up representation in there. Because you burnt your bridges over there already. And whoever you could put up, they're ashamed. They're too ashamed to associate with you. They don't want to come up and be your nominee and represent you. Where's Crispin?
Yeah, no.
Where's Crispin, the anointed one, that said that he was supposed to have that seat?
Nowhere to be seen.
Fighting with Scary. But God, that young man, let me tell you, man, the passing of two presidents,
Two prime ministers.
two prime ministers, thank you for the correction.
Yes.
And it takes, people have to realize that it has to take a strong, formidable, a young person to withstand the pressures of older people that call themselves politicians with vindictiveness, envy, and jealousy against young one man. I don't think they hate him personally. I think the tenacity of the man, the strategizing of the man is what they hate. He's formidable, no matter what they do. I don't care who they bring. It's like they can bring Mount Diablo, they can bring Mount Everest. He can withstand all of that.
Yes.
They have tried. There's nothing that they haven't thrown at this young man
I tell you,
that he
brother.
hasn't withstand.
I'm still throwing.
Okay? They're still throwing. The man run the last election and he says, all you think I done? I ain't done. Revamp his team. Drop, I think, 11 women.
Yes.
Who does that?
Yes.
Who does that, bro?
And came back.
That's a man that reads. That's a man that, not when I say read, listen to literature, but that's a man that have a sense of the political atmosphere in this country.
That's right.
That he can come in and he can sweep. Bro, that is a big risk. You have all these people day in, day out the radio. Homeboy just come. Boom. Excuse me for calling you homeboy, world boss.
Yes.
I didn't mean it.
That's right.
You know? Drop 11 brand new people. Females at that.
Yes.
Huh? And came back and sweep them and grab 3 more seats.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
They think that this guy's joking when it comes to politics. He's not. He's as serious as a heart attack. He ain't playing. While these fools on the other side playing and they can't even move a rock, they can't even make an inch towards whatever they want to achieve. And this young man, this Roosevelt Scary, is going to go down in Dominican's history, in our history, as one of the best tacticians, political tacticians ever we've seen. They can say what they want. They can't deny him that.
That's right.
They cannot deny him that. He's the best at what he does. And you know what they need to learn from him?
What?
How calm he is.
Yes.
Listen to how calm Vince is. You see Vince, they're arguing.
No.
Person of Vince.
No. Not at all.
Humble.
Very humble. Yes.
Apologizing.
Yes.
And, trying, whoa, take it easy, partner. I didn't mean that, Facebook people.
Right.
This is what I meant.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
humbleness, partners.
Yes.
This is giving you political mileage. You have a bunch of people that are always angry. Where's the angry that's taking them?
Yes.
It ain't getting them nowhere, Simeon. It ain't getting them absolutely nowhere.
Nowhere at all.
And from their politicians to their pastors to their priests and their... How come you all have so much truth to power and you have so much integrity that you cannot raise and you cannot put somebody up?
Right.
With all the people that you have from overseas and all the big shows, all the Facebook people that you have, liking. How comes with all the integrity that you have, you cannot raise a formidable candidate to contest a general election?
That's right.
General elections are not your forte, people. wrong on message, wrong on strategy, wrong on mission. Always. These people attacking the Prime Minister on a Q95 day in, day out.
Yes.
Relentless. It ain't even it ain't even damaging the man a bit. It's water off a duck's back.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
And again, it's just more to come. The man has a vision, and I agree. I think, what's his name? Mills.
Yes.
I didn't hear it, but I heard people say that. Mills says that Vince is coming in to represent Roosevelt Skerritt. And I think Vince and Skerritt, they're two different people. I don't think Vince will put up with a lot of their nonsense.
He's a very well-focused man.
Well-focused man.
Yes.
Here the man come in and the man lay out his plan and the man strategizing and telling you his vision and stuff. You put in a brother that, you know the gall of these people and the audacity, I'll wind down.
Yes.
Is that they accuse the man of not being
properly nominated?
Yes, that's the word I'm looking for, nominated.
Yes.
All right? They're looking for constitution. They're even sending people on the website to say, look, that he's still the ambassador because the website says so. Okay? But you set up a man that does constitutionally cannot represent a constituency because one of the tenets of the Constitution says you have to communicate in English.
Yes.
If you cannot communicate in English, you are not nominatable. Okay, they can nominate you, but I'm biting my tongue.
Yes. Well, you have to read and write the English language. Yes.
Exactly. So why did you put him up? Why did you put him up? You put him up as a placeholder for what? So that he gets elected, and then you're going to find some way to take him off and put some other representation. You can't do that. The person that you want to represent Granby have to go boots on the ground and run their campaign.
Yes. Well, they were too lazy to put up a candidate, so they just allow one of their own to just go on his own and then defend and then stand with him and pretend like as if they did not put up a candidate because of their foolishness. But it's as Dr. Anderson said, Honorable Anderson said, it's a bunch of lazy party, lazy people in that party. They clearly doesn't care for the people of Granby and and just could not face the people there. Yes.
And their strength is in their mouth, maybe.
That's it.
And trying to kill people's character and call people names. That's their strength. And some of them, their character and their life, questionable. They look in their own backyard and dig up the bones that they have buried in the backyard. They'll be keeping their mouth shut.
Oh, yes.
Like people afraid to dig up the bones in the backyard. All right, my brother.
Thank you, man.
Good job, Simeon.
Thank you, brother.
Man.
Thank
you, man.
Thank you again.
You're the big boss.
Thank you
You're
for
a bad man.
Thank you for joining us tonight. All right, there.
All right, then. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Take care there. Yes, I tell you, it's no doubt. Let's go to the local line there. On the local line there, caller. Good evening to you. On the local line.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
What's up, man?
I'm good, thank you, my brother. Good evening to you, man.
Oh, man. I try to understand something, and I can't comprehend it. If you say you're not sending a candidate due to electoral reform, fine. Okay, you say that's the issue. That's your problem you have. So why are you supporting handbags? But it's the same process.
Yes.
It has not changed.
Exactly.
So why are you supporting handbags? If you say, you see you're not coming up as you're not running any candidate because electoral reform and this and that, the system is flawed, but you're supporting somebody in the same flawed system, my brother, you're a double standard. You don't even know what you believe. Because on one hand, you're saying it is flawed. On the other hand, you're backing a man in it. You making sense?
I tell you. And funny enough, I listened to this man on Thursday night, even asking for heads to roll,
Heads to roll.
Because he figured, at the Electoral Commission, they did not respond to his letter in a manner that, or did an investigation and all kind of, and in other countries. I mean, oh Lord, yeah.
Everything about the man everything for the man is about him. So like everything he say, that's it. That is his word, and his word is it. So his word is like the Constitution. But my brother, it's not what you say, it's what is written. It's not what you think, but it's what is written in the law. And so you think you'll just get somebody and say, okay, we say no Dr. Henderson and that's it. Man, you would have taken everything into consideration. You would have consulted with your lawyers and everybody.
Right.
But these guys, that's what they attract me. It's Afaton Mate, Randy Rodney, Handback. That's what they attract to me.
Yes.
And the Bible says that where there is no vision, people will perish. That is why they perish. And the discussion with a guy, because he gave me talk, so I asked him one question. Give me the reason why Labour Party should not be in office.
What was his response?
His response is Labour Party is corrupt. I say, fine, okay, Labour Party is corrupt. Let me give you the reason why UWP cannot be in office. One, because of what they did to us in 95 to from 95 to 2000, so that's alone against them. You have no track record of anything good. You're like a parent government. You sold them like under market value. You mash us up in Trinidad. You do us all kinds of things. Your last thing you tried to do us to bring us and worship the sun. So you have absolutely no reason to come back in power. See, man, if you're trying to get back in power, you must have something to tell people what you did before,
Yeah, not only that, but the integrity. They lack integrity among the candidates that they have. Yes.
You're calling the government corrupt, but look, we had the corruption exposed on your leader, and to you that is nothing. As you caught you red-handed and expose you. But you have no shred of evidence against the government to say that it's corrupt. So it's not what you say, Simeon.
Right.
It's what you present. You can go to court, you can have a man name on it and say, man steal the money. When you go to court and you can prove your case, you're like a fool,
That's right.
You're like a big fool. So these guys have absolutely nothing to show of what they did that took the country forward. Absolutely nothing. You're crying about use of his. You are the ones who brought use of his on us. And today you're making a big issue of government people not bringing people in hospital because they cannot pay $5. But my brother, you brought it on us. So shut up. These guys have no moral right to speak in the senior.
That's right.
Absolutely no more, because you did absolutely nothing to please Dominican. You took us back 50,000 years. Man, you did so many. You were like a parent government, man. You sold us. Thank God we saw the light, and we decided, nah, man, you cannot be in that thing again. We just get rid of you.
Yes.
And do you see who you attract now? You attract people who are not credible, people who are not working, because you are lazy, a bunch of lazy people with no ambition, man.
Yes.
Every one of them looking for a job to do, to find something to do.
Yes,
Dr. Anderson left something to come down. He did not come here seeking. Everybody left something to be a candidate in Labour Party because they were working men.
That's
That's
right.
why it was easy for them to be voted in, and so that they could continue what they were doing, because they were working people. But if you're not working for yourself, how can you work for me?
Nobody wants to employ them.
But nobody wants to employ you. Why should I employ you to take care of my national issues? Why? That's something that baffles me.
I know, me too.
You cannot do for yourself. It's me you'll do for. By charity begins at home, my brother. Do for yourself, and then you can do for others. You cannot do for yourself. You want to do for a whole nation of 70,000. 30 years you can't get work to do. So in 4 years you'll give me work to do.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That's a serious question, Simeon. And that is why Dominicans do not take this fella seriously.
That's right.
And I heard the PM said something on Tuesday, Simeon, with you. When he talked about Spagla's Minister of Education, Daniel Logan. My brother, what we heading?
Hi, boy, I tell you, boy.
What we heading, Simeon? But you have a man going up, cannot read and write the English language, but you back it in. And you say one man is illegal, but you back it in, and he lost clearly said you should be able to read and write.
Yeah, I just don't get the point at all.
I don't get the point. Simeon, it's confusing. Not just confusing, wicked. Wicked set of fellas, man. But it's not the longer. I like the mentality, yeah. While you're talking about people, on the other hand, Dominica talking about leadership and taking the people forward. So why you guys running about blah blah blah? The government is secretly working, silently working.
Yeah, man.
People,
Yeah, man. That goes without saying.
But every day you're talking the same thing, the same foolishness, like a joke, and nobody takes you seriously.
That's right.
But on the other hand, now you have people, and Simeon, I personally believe leadership is everything.
That's right, it is.
Simeon, a leader does not separate people. A leader unites people.
That's right.
And once you have a strong leadership, it means that you have a strong following.
That's right. That's right.
And that is what is happening to us in Dominica. Because of the leadership that we have, we now have a strong following, and people see light in what the leader is doing.
You know, as you speaking there, I was listening to Daniel Luge and Hector John, with Linton on Thursday night, and they are saying now that you cannot remove the Labour Party by the ballot. And they are promoting a new thing about, like as if something serious, something different have to happen, and that something different, I'm listening to them talking about, like as if people have to die or things or some. I mean, what they were saying there is not something that I really wanted to give any life to, because of the nature of what they were talking about. Because I mean, in Dominica we have a democratic process, we have an electoral process that have worked for the UWP, it has worked for the Freedom Party, it has worked for the Labour Party, and it will work for every future party that come there. And for some reason they are admitting now that they cannot beat the Labour Party by the ballot. So why would they are promoting violence?
That's the nature.
As a way in which the Labour Party should be removed from office. And I'm listening to Hector John, who is an elected member in the parliament, and I'm listening to Daniel Luge, who is an elected member in the parliament. I'm saying to myself, these guys, they're at the point where they are getting mad. They're becoming mad people now because they're desperate.
Yeah.
I mean, to promote that.
To that level.
Yes.
Sick, you must be a sick person,
It is.
You're sick. It is. You're not thinking rightly. Your head is not right. You cannot reach to that level where you say, oh, you know what? We can remove you by the ballot, so by any means necessary.
Yes.
My brother, you're sick. My brother, the only way you can remove a government in Dominica is by the ballot.
That's right.
And if you cannot do that, and you see, what they don't understand is that, my brother, the problem is not Dominican. The problem is you.
That's right.
So 20 years you're doing the same thing.
Yes.
Over 20 years, you're preaching the same violence, you're talking the same foolishness, and you expect people to turn around. You have not changed.
No.
And that is why people don't take you serious, because these things you speak. So it's just a bunch of you fools and dirty set of people that will say and say, UWP. But the smart people in Dominica do not follow you.
That's right.
Because they see. So only what you attract people who are total failures.
That's right.
You don't attract anybody of any substance, somebody with any credential. You only attract people who have nothing else to do. After Mate, Randy Rodney, you pick up handbag, is Daniel Luge. So it's like you do not attract anybody in any serious nature.
That's right.
Because the leadership itself is not serious.
That's right.
So that's why you'll continue to reject you, because we have seen the light. Our eyes are wide open, Simeon.
That's right, my brother.
That's what you must understand. Our eyes are wide open.
Wide open. Yeah, man.
You took us away right from 95 to 2000. That we crashed that vehicle in 2000.
Yes.
Right off that vehicle, so that vehicle cannot move anymore.
Yes.
So no matter what you do, and they can change leadership, is the philosophy that comes.
That's right. That's right.
Not their leadership. Anybody that comes into leadership in UWP is their mentality, the philosophy. They stand for absolutely nothing. So you stand for nothing, you accept everything. So even if they change their leader tomorrow morning, it does not change the UWP, the nature of the beast.
Yes.
Because the nature of the beast is to attack and to destroy.
Yes, I.
They like the devil to steal, kill, and destroy.
Yes, I.
On the other hand, they're fighting. What's going on?
That's right, my brother.
Things happening. And must be thankful to God.
That's right.
That we have a leader who is committed to the task, who does not see himself, but he sees a country. He doesn't see blue, red, or green, or yellow, or black, He sees a country you need. I help you because you are a human being. I need to take you out of your poverty. I need to put you on the next level so you can fight for yourself.
Yes.
That is what. But on the other hand, we have men who are speaking for themselves. When they Dominica makes that mistake, in 1 month we finish. I don't think they say in 1 month Dominica finish.
The people of Dominica will continue to be smart as they have been doing for many years, my brother.
Because God is on our side.
That's right, my brother.
God is on our side, and you see, God, what God gives you? Wisdom. So we have a leader who is wise.
Yes.
We have a leader who understands and who sees things. And Simeon, I always tell people, surround yourself with positive people, not fools.
That's right.
If we will take you down.
That's right, my brother.
With positive people that will elevate you and take you to the next level. That's like your program, you'll see the next level.
The next level, man.
The next level, taking you to higher heights, man.
That's right.
I'm listening. My father, Mr. Osprey, good night, man. Chief, good night. I'm listening.
All right, my brother. Thank you for your contribution here tonight. Thank you for your contribution.
Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote.
I got to take a short break and come right back.
I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. This year election, I've got for protection, but Labour Party, this is our selection. Fix the road and bridges, develop communities, look at improvement in our sporting facilities. So I'm giving my PM a merit. Before Granny died, she tell me to vote scary. She tell me about honesty and leadership. Anything we promise, DA will get it. Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Gadi Bagay. Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Labour Katwabai, Gadi Bagay. Labour Katwabai bow, 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 Twabai bow, Twabai bow, Twabai bow. When you would fall in Martin there, Twabai bow, Twabai bow, Twabai bow. Randy, you love your PM? Then keep him. Brand new stadium, new college in Stockholm, youth employment program, brand new school in Newton, housing revolution, Nightland in innovation. We bring universal secondary education. If they tell you what Labour done for
Grande,
tell them they put a new.
Yes, I. Labour Katwabai. Let's go to the overseas line there. Call on the overseas line. Good evening to you.
Comrade Simeon Albert, good evening, how are you?
Hey, my brother, I'm good, thank you, and you?
I'm very, very good, man, very, very good. Let me say good evening to all of our folks at home and abroad, on Facebook, wherever they are listening to the next level. Simeon, I want to first of all commend you again and thank you for being there tonight. The Honorable Dr. Henderson gave you all the credit that you deserve, and I want to join him and tell you thanks for the work that you've been doing on behalf of the people of Dominica, all of us.
Thank you, brother.
At home or abroad.
Yes, brother.
Simeon, let me cut right to the chase here. I just want to first of all congratulate Dr. Henderson for his victory. I want to congratulate the Dominica Labour Party and family, and I want to congratulate Simeon. Most of all, the Prime Minister, Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit. Simeon, you know, the Prime Minister is no joke. He's not a fellow to underestimate at all. His voice, his eloquence, his contribution, when he speaks, Simeon, the people of Dominica listen. And for all good reasons. If you have a leader that has been constantly moving us forward, moving the country forward. Where anytime he speaks, it sends a resounding message, not only in Dominica, but around the world. And I want to commend the leadership, because as the previous caller said, Simeon, leadership matters. And obviously, all those on the radio, like you and Daryl and Mills and Ellis and all of them, and senior counsel and Donny and senior minister and all, Rivanica, Mami, my cousin Meredith, all of us who have been constantly supporting the policies of the Labour Party and doing what it takes to make sure that the Labour Party stays in power, so we can benefit as a country from the policies. Simeon, I want to congratulate also the people of Grand Bay. The people of Grand Bay have sent a strong message to the UWP and letting them know that their criticism of Dr. Henderson and the Prime Minister and others is not going to hold in Grand Bay. Grand Bay and Dominica, for a matter of fact, do not listen to these guys. They are what you call they are a non-entity. The UWP, they just make a lot of noise. Nobody listens to them.
Yes.
The message that has been sent out there is, we are rejecting you. We have rejected you for the last 20 years, and even in a by-election, we are going to consistently continue to show that you are not worthy to be part of government. And Simeon, they sent up Hamburg in a double whammy. So let us suppose hypothetically, let's just speak hypothetically, Hamburg won the by-election. UWP would say, yes, that's a candidate, and look at who beat the Labour Party.
That's right.
So, and then now he lost because we know he's going to lose against the formidable candidate of Vince Henderson. You cannot run against Vince and beat him. So now they're saying, oh well, they did electoral reform because they cannot beat you in the ballot. So now they're talking about electoral reform, and as you said, by extension, they want to resort to violence, as they usually do.
Yes.
But Hamburg, Simeon, Hamburg and the leader of the opposition, Linton, there's not much difference between these two people, Hamburg dropped off from school. Linton was kicked out of school. Hamburg doesn't have a degree. Linton doesn't have one. Linton speaks a little better and speaks, he have his level of communication is a little higher than Hamburg in terms of English. But if you take Hamburg, Simeon, and give him adult education, in a matter of a year or 6 months a year, Hamburg is on equal level with Linton, and I believe he can foster himself for the leadership of the UWP. Hamburg has shown more courage than Linton and Ken Vitale put together. Ken Vitale was a leader of opposition, never posted himself and never ran in a constituency. Hamburg had the guts to do it, and I believe Hamburg should challenge Lennox Linton for the leadership of the UWP. I believe so. Because Simeon, he has more guts than Linton. Linton never want to send up a candidate and he ran in a constituency that Crispin Gregoire told, what's his name, the Matt on the show a couple weeks ago. Yeah. He said, he tell Matt, look, Grande is a Labour stronghold. And, nobody's going to beat the Labour Party over there. That is what Crispin told Matt. Matt called us after. They slice and dice Crispin for saying that.
Yeah, I remember he said that, yes.
Yeah, they almost killed Crispin for saying that. And Hamburg now, sent by the UWP leader and others, went up. He has more guts than these guys. And if I were in Hamburg's place right now, I would have challenged Linton for the leadership. So all the people that supported and calling the Q95 and saying, yes, Hamburg, go, we don't read them fair, you can beat Vince. Then if I was Hamburg, I would run again. I would have posted myself and put up my name for the leadership of the UWP. And I believe Simeon, he can beat Lennox Linton.
Yes, sir.
I believe this.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
I look forward to that. So that comes up very soon, and I hope he take up the challenge. But Simeon, I just want to let people know that the Labour Party is not no joke. We are not only an organization, we are an institution. And Simeon, when you have leadership like again the Prime Minister at the helm, a guy who understands people, the guy who they call the fellow from Vickers, but that fellow from Vickers is no joke. He understands what it means to run a country. He understands what it is to manage a country, manage the affairs and the finances of the country. And whether we have hurricanes or storms or pandemic, our country is still moving ahead under the leadership of the Honorable. He's the envy of the Caribbean, actually, if you ask me. Yes. So many people have asked me to how they can get in contact with the Prime Minister because they want to ask him certain questions. And it was surprising me that the people in leadership, people in high-level government, because they've been following the leadership of the Prime Minister. So Grambe, come back to Grambe. Grambe and the representative right now, Ms. Henderson, have done an awesome job. And we are so proud of the Labour Party. What Dr. Henderson will do right now is just bring more substance. We already had a parliament that was full of vibrant, energetic, and intelligent people. Vince is just going to add to that. The Dr. Henderson is going to add to this, and we're going to see more contribution in terms of the performances in Parliament. Simeon, the UWP, Simeon, is a party that got interested in people. Simeon, if you hear the level, the words that they used on the show yesterday to describe Granby people, the same Granby people that they were asking to vote for him, and that is why the Prime Minister and the Labour Party will always cut them fellows tail, you know, because them fellows on Wednesday.
Yeah.
They were telling Granberrians, though, you got to vote for Hambag. Hambag is from Granberry. They go out with their big show. On Friday, less than 48 hours after, they were calling the Granberrians all kind of derogatory names, calling them all kind of names, Simeon, until Matt couldn't take it. Matt had to hang up the phone and tell them that is not the forum or the place for this. This is the kind of people the UWP are. They are violent and evil in some cases. People they don't want to win by going. Look at what Dr. Henderson did. He went to Granby. He spoke to the young people. He went around Raleigh and all the other areas of Granby, and he met people. He interacted with them. Lennox didn't just want to sit down in Mount Daniel. Do that right that he does do that kind of melee he involved in the kitchen, whatever kitchen he does right off about the chef in the kitchen, whatever you call that name.
Yeah.
And he expects to win anything by doing this. Now the question, Simeon, that was asked is, they said they're not going to participate in any election except there's electoral reform. So caller asked Matt, so let's say, God forbid, somebody from one of the constituencies that you guys have passed, would you send somebody else in Roseau North or in Cooley District, or if one of them should cannot for some reason are not able to represent anymore? Matt said no, they wouldn't tell anybody there. That's the level of lies and hypocrisy that exists. This is honesty, and that is why they got caught in Panama selling diplomatic position. That is why they tried to burn down Roseau in 2017. That is why they blocked roads, man, because these guys are these honest clowns. They have nothing to offer. They have no plan. Look at how Dr. Henderson so eloquently told you what he's going to do for the constituency of Granby, what the Labour Party have in store. And very calmly, he spoke about the plans. Simeon, the UWP don't have one plan, nothing written down, not a sentence written and saying, well, we are going to do this for that constituency, for that person. Nothing, absolutely. What they want, what they're upset about, and I understand why they're upset. Because, Simeon, if somebody beating you for 21 years,
yes,
at one point, you're going to be upset.
Yeah, I do.
I understand where they've been upset coming from, but they have to take a personal inventory of their party and especially their leader, because what is going on is solely the fault of Lennox Linton, who doesn't have any leadership ability, and he will not take a page or two from the Prime Minister of Dominica, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit. He would not humbly. That's why he called Roosevelt. He called the Prime Minister. He said, "But Skerrit, I want to come to your office and give me some advice as to what to do. I mean, do something. If you don't want to call him in the day when everybody there, call him because the Prime Minister is already up early in the morning. Call him early at 4 or 5 o'clock and talk to him when nobody else listening, just like how Nicodemus went to Jesus by night, because Nicodemus was a very pompous a lawyer back in the day, and he didn't want the regular people to see him going to Jesus. So what he did, he went to Jesus by night when everybody was asleep and nobody would see him. Well, then that's the same thing. If you don't want nobody to see you going to the Prime Minister, either go there by God, call him by night or in the morning, let him give you at least one or two. And knowing the Prime Minister, he's the Prime Minister is a loving guy. Regardless of all what Lennox said about him, he might give him 5 minutes of advice, but he doesn't have that. The Lieutenant doesn't have that in him. So he will always continue to be on the back foot and cannot accomplish anything, not for the party, not for himself, and certainly not for the people of Dominica. Simon,
yes.
for the time, I think I have other callers. I'll make way for some of the callers to call and have their contribution. Have a good one, Timo.
Thank you, man.
Continue good work. God bless you.
Bless you too.
Love you. We love you. Do continue to do what you're doing.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for your contribution here tonight. But you know, as we speak, there, I want to play a little audio there for you because you know, let's just get a little reaction from how Linton reacted. Something that he said on Thursday. I sort of point that out, but I want to play that for you, listeners. Some of you I know don't always listen to them, but listen to that. Listen to Linton there. Listen to Linton there. Listen to him there. Let me see if I can get that playing there for you.
People who put themselves forward for service on our important institutions, we have to call them to account for what they're doing. Because the refusal of the Electoral Commission to investigate this matter and, based on a finding of fact and truth, to void the nomination of Vince Henderson and to bar him from contesting the election, that refusal to act is a dereliction of duty. It's the most unfortunate dereliction of duty, and it is, in my view, a squalid betrayal of the public trust. And somebody should be made to pay for that. Some head should roll. Somebody should resign. But in Dominica, nobody faces any consequence in the government system for any wrong done, for any failure, for any betrayal of the public trust, for nothing. Everywhere else in the civilized world, you hear people resigning.
Yeah, but you know, I played this audio for you because when I heard him speaking about everywhere in the world, he should resign. Linton should resign for the Al Jazeera report, Al Jazeera story. He should not be no candidate. He should not be no leader of opposition in Dominica. He's only in Dominica. He talking about overseas and everywhere in the world. Just by what he did, you know, being caught by trying to frame other people where he was caught red-handed. That's what he should resign about. You know, he talks about the based on the finding of facts. There was no facts. There was nothing he found. You know, he had no case whatsoever it is. But here he is. I mean, God have mercy on us. On the overseas line, they call a good evening to you. Because she got from Fashi. Good evening there. We got so people head should roll. I mean, how vindictive this man is. You want to roll people's head for nothing? My God, man.
So what you ask? What should happen to him in light of the Al Jazeera expose?
Right.
What should happen to him?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
For being caught committing an act that he himself describes as crimes against humanity.
That's right.
That was his words.
Mm-hmm.
That was his description of such act.
Mm-hmm.
Selling passports and ambassadorships for money,
mm-hmm.
right, to prospective diplomats. In his own words,
yes,
this is a crime against humanity.
That's right.
What you see, Simeon,
mm-hmm.
apart from, and that's what I wanted to talk about, apart from hearing only negativity, cynicism, words of subversion, and the daily calls for violence from the UWP.
Mm-hmm.
What you hear also on a daily basis for the past 20 years is a bunch of pathetic, ludicrous excuses. Excuse about every single thing. Right? The lose election is get people voting. Bribery and treating. 300 jumbo jets land at the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Right? 900. The Labour Party spent $900 billion on campaign. No access to the media. No access to the media.
Mm-hmm.
you all have a radio station running 24/7, preaching nonsense.
Yes.
You know, etc. When Dominicans to include their own supporters. Criticize them for not helping anybody in Dominica. You hear? They don't control the public purse. They're not in government. Right?
Yeah.
Helping people is making them lazy. It's vote buying. Going to engage the government to help their constituents is going to a fish market. I mean, Simeon, is an unending list of excuses.
Yes.
Right? And you have to ask yourself, somebody who's always making excuses, what kind of person is that? The government, the government is in power, right? But you are trying to get in power, right? You are shadow government.
Yes.
When Hurricane Maria destroyed this country down to the ground, flat, and everybody need assistance, everybody balling, and no one know what tomorrow is going to be like. They probably didn't make excuses.
No.
That was a daunting task for any leader. He didn't make excuses. He was on the ground the next day, walking the streets through the rubble and the fallen trees.
Yes.
And the sand and the water and the silt and the stones. There was no time for excuses.
No.
And then he was at the UN with his getting a plane with his wet clothes. He could salvage and his wet shoes. And he went to work. Right? He went to work.
That's right.
To rebuild this country, Simeon. And in record time, Dominica has bounced back at a pace that none of us could ever imagine. None of us. There's nothing for excuses. When the ministers of government were down on the ground and Dr. Vince Henderson was leading the relief effort, you cannot make excuses. You are a leader. People looking to you. People are looking to you for help.
Yes.
For a way ahead. Right? And this guy has every excuse in the book. What is your excuse for not helping not one single Dominican during Maria?
I know.
The classic one is his mother told him when he helps people, don't talk about it.
You must not be boastful about it.
Right?
Yes.
So somehow in the dark of night there was a fleet of cargo ships docked at the bay in Marigot, and nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. And Linton said it has to be a secret because his mother said, do not boast when you help people.
And you know what's classical about this one? Not even the people who I was bringing the things for knew that I was bringing it for them, or I wanted. He so didn't want to be boastful that he didn't even, not even the people he brought it for knew that he brought it for them. But what's classical about all of that? A man who claimed that he didn't want to be boastful, but in the eve of a COVID-19 is on social media boasting. Money what? Money something on him?
Fall on me.
Money
fall on me.
Money fall on him. And then
dancing.
And then the next thing you know, he's also on social media with his dog on a treadmill. I think he's the first man in Dominica I've seen with his dog on a treadmill while he himself exercising on another machine on the other side. The luxury of living a high life in this country, Dominica.
Why? Monsieur Bonwi?
So much jamais ouais ça. Bon, pas jamais ça la vie, ouais.
Good way. Not just any dog, you know, I mean a golden terrier, you know.
Yes, I.
Look up how much a golden terrier costs.
How
many people in Jamaica have a golden terrier?
My first time I see one was on the treadmill by Linton.
Why?
So if my got was dog, our customer see. But isn't that being boastful though, Donny? I mean, talking.
But of course, I mean, the man is the most pompous person in Dominica. The The man has no humility about him, none. Right? The man called one of the most distinguished jurists in the Caribbean a born and bred black country book, you know. A man he can walk a yard in the man's shoes, you know.
No, he can't. Nowhere close.
You can Clinton that now.
Nowhere close.
Right? There's no this man is not humble.
No.
This man is pompous and arrogant and boastful. When you hear him using his big words, he go and rip this etc. and talking about squalid this, what is it, squalid whatever. Violation of the law. You know? And the man talking about people. I mean, this guy he's sick.
Yes.
He's sick. He's pathetic, Simeon.
And very vindictive too, you know, because I mean, you know, he did not send a candidate in the Granby election because obviously he knew that they would be defeated. So they come under the pretense of electoral reform, which was another fake. Now that they get defeated, rather than understanding that they have been defeated, and all of this issue about, you know, persons not being properly duly nominated or having lied on oath, I mean, these have been placed to rest. I mean, senior council handled this thing in such a manner that even kindergarten children understand what the law now is in relation to persons who, you know, who work under the public service, under the government system. They now understand that what the law says in relation to if you are working, if you are employed, who are the people that qualify under that law. But yet still, the leader of the opposition and his gang, I mean, all three of them put together, elected members in the parliament, are ignorant of the fact. And to the point where now they want to accuse the chairman of the commission, they want to accuse the commissioner of police, and accuse everybody else of not understanding the law. And it's like as if, I mean, I have never seen more foolishness than that in my whole life.
Simeon, all people have to consider, right? Just consider the people who are talking, the free amigos, the free buffoons who sit on the radio, the free buffoons who represent the Workers' Party in Parliament. Just consider that. Hector John, Daniel Ugi, and Linton. Three idiots. This is who the Workers' Party have in Parliament to represent the people. Daniel Ugi, just consider that. Daniel Ugi, Hector John, and Linton. My brother, if you search the world, you cannot find a more pathetic trio in your life.
Yes.
You cannot. You cannot find a more pathetic trio anywhere in the world. Because even Donald Trump had Pence who have some sense next to him.
Yes.
Three buffoons. Three embarrassments, my brother. That's what Workers' Party have in Parliament, you know.
Yes.
You know, that is why you hear such nonsense from these guys. You cannot expect to hear anything that make any sense from these people, right? Plus, their leader, he is not interested, and that is why they did not take part in the Granby by-election.
Yeah.
Linton has no interest in people. He never has, and he never will.
Never had.
Right? The man believe he believe he's some kind of curly hair, white, you know, high color person, you know. Because he raised with the Nazis.
Well, boy, I tell you, brother. I tell you.
Right? Dominicans are beneath him in his opinion. The local man is beneath him. Going to Granby is like going to a fish market. Right? So you want to go to Granby for what?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And these guys continue to make excuses for their unending list of failures. Right? Failing to take responsibility for their own action by, number one, fatal error is to have this man as your leader. You can never go nowhere with this guy.
Yes.
Right? You can't go nowhere with a man who is extremely lazy. Right? Who's an imposter. Who we have come to know after being revealed, been exposed, that he didn't finish high school. Right? That he couldn't find a job after 20 years. Nobody hired him to work anywhere.
Nobody.
What kind of man is that?
Nobody.
What kind of man is that who want to lead a country? Right? Your resume is a blank sheet of paper.
Yes.
You've done nothing.
Yes.
Nothing in Marigot. Nothing in your own constituency. Nothing. Right? There were 2 scholarships for poor people. You take both for your children. You take both for your kids. And leave the poor people with nothing.
Nothing. I tell you, brother.
Right? It's always about him.
Yes.
Him. He built his roof after Maria. He get one. He called Antigua after Maria and gets one generator for himself. One Simeon.
Yeah.
Uno. Yon.
Puyonum.
One for his house.
Yeah.
That's it. Imagine that, Simeon. Hurricane, you have contacts in Antigua.
Yes.
You call in Antigua after Hurricane Maria and ask for one generator, boy.
He forget everybody else. Only himself.
The man, he didn't forget his own party members. He forgets Spags. He forgets Danny. He forgets his deputy. He forgets everybody. Right?
Linton don't care about nobody, man. Only Linton care. Only person he care about is himself.
And take it that, no, after during Hurricane Maria, during the storm, I never forget that during the storm.
Yes.
When I can never forget that. when the Prime Minister's roof went, the Prime Minister sent a text and said his roof is gone, and it was broadcast across all. It was on CNN.
Yes, that was all over the place. Yes.
It was like on CNN, like instantly. The Prime Minister of Dominica roof is gone, and we hope he's okay, and blah 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 blah. When the I passed over Dominica, Tom Sufonke was on Q95, and Linton could call in because I guess he was still safe. And Tom Sufonke then said that he heard the Prime Minister roof is gone. Right? Linton didn't say anything. Well, I hope he's safe. Blah 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 blah. In fact, Thompson was chuckling. Right? Next thing, when the second part of the hurricane came, his roof gone. The man called the Prime Minister. Eh?
Yes, imagine that, eh?
I think, what do you call it the man for? And then I see his people lamenting on Facebook afterwards. Oh, he called the Prime Minister answer him. At least he could send his security to look after it. But boy, this guy is something else, you know.
I tell you, brother.
This guy is amazing. That's to show you the level of selfishness that this man possesses. This man has no heart. He has no feelings. He's all about himself, him and himself alone. Right? So this man cannot and will not be able to look out for anybody's interest. Right?
Yes. Donnie, I have seen your counsel on the other line there. Of course. So, all right, no problem. Yeah, but he just left because we're getting. I thought I could have both of you on the line, but one was getting a little bit distorted. So, yeah, yes.
So yeah, normally when I call him, he's just about to eat, or he's finished eating.
But he just healed to you. Yeah, but I could have both of you all, but there was a little distortion. Yes, Senior. Good evening to you, SC. What's up?
Well, Simeon, the truth is, I wasn't planning on calling.
Yeah, I realize.
When you played that clip,
yes,
with Linton talking about the letter to the Electoral Commission,
yes,
and you know, I had to call.
Asking for heads to roll.
I couldn't allow that statement to pass.
Yes.
for people to go to their beds.
Mm-hmm.
Wondering whether Linton has lied to them again,
Mm-hmm.
misrepresented the facts and the law, and he just being the pathological liar that he truly is.
Mm-hmm.
So then,
Yes.
let me start off by saying, I thought they were going to court to stop the nomination.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what they said?
That's what they were speaking of. Yes, they did say that. Yes.
They didn't do that.
No.
Why you saying they didn't do it?
The law not on their side, I suppose. They realize that.
The lawyers either decided we have enough of this nonsense from Linton, we want big money. Or the lawyers he went to said to him, but don't make a fool of yourself. Don't make an absolute fool of yourself. Because there is no law, no provision in the Constitution, no provision in the House of Assembly Act that gives anybody, including the court, authority to stop a nomination before the election is held.
Right.
In fact, the only way you can question the nomination and election of a person is by election petition. So when they realized they had a constitutional cul-de-sac,
Yeah.
they came up with this clock and block story. I have to be careful with my language because I listened to Daryl on Monday. And there's a certain pastor from Granby who seems to be listening to the show and hearing me. So I have to be very careful.
Right.
I say clock and block story about writing the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission has as much jurisdiction as I have to stop a nomination, which is none. The Electoral Commission has zero jurisdictional authority to investigate any allegation as to whether or not somebody is not properly elected. In fact, not even the High Court has the jurisdiction to do that. And there's numerous precedents. I gave the example once when the government of St. Kitts, led then by Denzel Douglas, had reason to believe that members of the opposition were either American or Canadian or British. Can't remember which one. And they passed a law to give the returning officer the authority to investigate the nomination forms. Because once the nomination form is filled in, whether with truth or with lies, the returning officer has no jurisdiction to investigate the veracity of the nomination paper. I was flown to St. Kitts to deal with the matter. And I had to concede the matter because there was authority from Jamaica, Guyana, India, and a number of other countries where the courts have repeatedly held, once the writ of the president or the governor general or whoever the authority is in the respective jurisdiction or territory issues the writ for the election jurisdiction is triggered, and that one can only question a nomination and a jurisdiction and an election by election petition. And one of the reasons for it is that if you know somebody is disqualified, you have to make it part of your election campaign to inform as many of the voters as you can. Saturate the airwaves, people's doors with posters and leaflets and so on. So that should he win, should that person win, should that person win, you will be able to ask the court, should you establish your case on disqualification, that you should be the elected candidate, the elected member of parliament, and not and therefore there will be no need for the court to order a by-election or multiple by-elections if it's more than one. And during the Peter Sergio Roosevelt Skerrit cases, you will recall some evidence from La Plaine and Vickers that some fellows come in and say, well, they were handing out leaflets.
Yes.
It was on speaker, microphone, what do you call it? Microphone, loudspeaker.
Loudspeakers, yes.
And so on and so on and so on and so on. And it is really troubling to me that these fellows continue to perpetuate these lies. Right? I mean, the only jurisdiction the Electoral Commission has to listen to any complaint is as a right of appeal, is by way of appeal from a decision of a registration officer whether somebody should be registered to vote or is disqualified to be registered to vote because there's an objection to their registration. There's a hearing. People come and give evidence to say that Timbuktu does not live in Sanjo. Returning officer takes out Timbuktu names from the registry in Sanjo. Timbuktu then has the right to appeal to the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission has no other jurisdiction to conduct any investigation or hearing. And these fellows peddle that with ease.
Yes.
They just put that garbage out there. You know, the other ridiculous explanation that I heard so many ridiculous explanations. The point that I want to really make.
Yes.
Now that I am in second gear now, because I really wasn't planning on calling. The approach to this last election there by the United Workers' Party, the differences in approach between the Labour Party and the United Workers' Party was a very stark and compelling one. You had one political party that had dedicated its efforts to communicating with the people of Granby. They went out in full, gave them the best candidate they could find.
Yes.
Together with constant presence of the senior minister and other members of the cabinet, including the Prime Minister. A showing of absolute respect for the people of the soil, for the great sons and daughters of Granby. You had this very disrespectful and dishonest election campaigning through Q95. With nothing sensible to say, nothing positive to say, but constant misinformation, threats. I heard Danny Lugue threaten violence like in Guadeloupe. Yeah. I don't know what Spark said. He probably passed out in the studio. I didn't hear him.
Oh, he was very supportive to the fact that, that blood have to, people,
Correct.
things have to happen. Yes, yes, very much in that.
Then you have Linton. I mean, that's the level of garbage we have in the parliament. That is the petty mindset of persons who are being elected to the parliament simply because they live in part or they are candidates for the UWP in strongholds of the United Workers' Party. Who would probably vote for a donkey before they vote for somebody from the Labour Party or some other.
Somebody in the Labour Party?
Sorry?
Vote for a donkey before they vote for somebody in the Labour Party?
Yeah.
The Labour?
I mean, Salisbury and Roosevelt and Marigot, but that's what it seems like to me. And look at the three of them. Look at Linton from Marigot. Look at Pags.
Yes.
From Salisbury. I mean, Simeon Sparks walked into your shop to tell you he's looking for a job as an accountant. You give it to him?
Yeah, I don't think he'll pass by me.
And Daddy Lugie. The point that I'm trying to make, right?
Yes.
The mindset of these fellas, their intellectual incapacities, infirmities, shortcomings, is an everyday affair. The point I'm making is the Granby, their approach to the Granby election and this vile calling for violence.
Yes.
Is part of their modus operandi. There was nothing unique and startling and surprising about the United Workers' Party's position with Granby.
That's right.
And the constant threats of violence coming from men with shallow brains that have limited mental capacity and competence. You know, I mean, it's just, I mean, you listen to the budget addresses in the parliament, you listen to the statements in the parliament, it's the same herd brain, like when you're watching something on Discovery Channel or the Animal Channel or the Animal Planet Channel.
Yes.
And you see these videos of zebras and buffalo passing through Africa, stirring dust and making noise and being slaughtered by lions and so on. That's how these fellas operate.
But I see, you know, one of the things I don't understand is Linton said that they were not sending a candidate to Granby. But why is he so concerned about getting heads to rule and still, even after the election where the people have actually voted for our candidate speaking?
Comrade, let's set the record straight. Let everybody listen to what I'm saying today. The only way Linton can make himself heard or relevant is to lie. Is to come up with these grandiose, fancy-sounding English words and phrases that he probably plagiarized somewhere on the internet, and make up these constant lies, constant allegations, constant misrepresentation, and simply cannot give an honest explanation about anything happening in the country. I mean, you want to tell me, those of us who lived between 95 and 2000, seeing the conditions of poverty that we had experienced, the quality of housing, the quality of education, the quality of health, right? The pit latrines, the absence of potable water, could seriously in 2020, 2019, 2021, going into 2022, could sit up there as a sane human being and tell the people of the country and diaspora there's nothing happening there.
It's madness.
Comrade, there is no other country in the OECS or CARICOM that has had a transformational drive and experiences that we have had since 2003. Absolutely phenomenal, the transformation of our country. Education, health, jobs, infrastructure, hospitals, schools. I mean, name it. Homes, how many homes we built already? Well over 1,000 going on. To community health centers.
I mean, nearly every home in Dominica was touched by the Labour Party after the natural disaster struck this land.
Disasters, plural. I'll never forget Reggie Osprey when he was Minister of Housing and Water, talking about the conditions, the really terrible conditions of some 30,000 homes, many of whom had no water, no potable water, a significant portion of whom had pit latrines, some had no electricity, many had leaks, and this government went on a housing revolution drive, made education and health access at the hospital affordable, some free, sometimes underage and overage free. The Yes We Care program that touched the lives of so many of the elderly and the disabled. All of these programs were savage and sodomized and ripped apart and spat on and peed on by the United Workers' Party. They have this constant anger to progress. They can't seem to understand that black people need to be developed and have a great standard of living, and they're not meant to be constantly poor, to be used as pawns in politics, as the United Workers' Party did to them. The United Workers' Party government were feeding themselves and not their supporters, and the supporters that got fed were part of the big voucher, the bourgeois, those who own airlines, those who own businesses. When they put the venture capital fund for small farmers, most of the money were huffed by supporters of United Workers' Party. Farmers didn't get nothing. It's a constant pillaging, it's a constant self-interest, it's a culture of greed. Not interested in anybody. You want to tell me, of all the social programs that we have had from this government, pit latrine, accessible to potable water, housing revolution, education revolution, access to health care. Help me out. Yes, we care.
Yes.
The homes when Lincoln went around on this tour, came back and said he was the greedy and not the needy who was benefited from the house. You tell me, Simeon, you are the host of a show. You're on your feet on the ground. You're hearing what people are telling you. Name me one bloody social, economic, or poverty alleviation program implemented by this government that the United Workers' Party supported. Name one.
I mean, absolutely none of them, Essie. None of them whatsoever. Not even the national employment program.
Not even that they ridiculed it.
They ridiculed it up to a day like today.
They ridiculed it. When they got the chance after Erica with the Joint Parliamentary Committee, all they were interested in was coffee, sandwiches, top-up, and a rent-a-car. They could not even function within the context of a national emergency with the Parliamentary Committee.
No.
Maria comes, they did nothing. They turned their backs and their backsides against the people of the country. They did nothing for the people of the country. This Prime Minister, this government, this political party had to rebuild a country from scratch without their help. Not only without their help, with their constant attempts at subversion and to undermine the progress of the people of this country. These fellows have the worst record in the world when it comes to caring about people. And it is a reflection of their leader. It is a reflection of their leader who's an arrogant, completely arrogant and ignorant human being and fundamentally flawed and dishonest. When you don't have experience in life and you are cocooned and given a good job in a middle-class setting because of your family's relationship with the owners of DCP, that you haven't had to do anything for yourself, and you cannot do anything for yourself. When you apply for jobs, nobody wants to hire you, and you are the leader of a party who is echoing the garbage and the ignorance that he represents. That he represents. I mean, I don't have to go back to allegations of sexual harassment or hitting a boy in the car on the street and somebody falling down from your roof. We're judging him by his own utterances.
That's right.
And Simeon, we must never, ever forgive Edison James and Lennox Clinton. They pillaged this country. They were the ones who were instrumental in going to Switzerland, getting $3 million in selling diplomatic passports, 1.5 million in 2009. Linton goes on CBS and Huffington Post talking absolute garbage about this government when he, to his knowledge, and his political party at Edison James and them were the ones peddling diplomatic passports. Almost $7 million for 2 elections. And then in 2019, he's the one that's caught. And he does not see it fit for him to resign, having been caught red-handed. That, like a kawang on a hook.
Yes. That's,
it is the hypocrisy. I cannot tolerate this hypocrisy. constantly lying, misleading, deceiving, fooling, conning the people of this country. And they are nose deep in corruption. Nose deep in corruption. And all these so-called brain boxes in the diaspora sit down on their backsides and say nothing about it, just talking about this government and this country. From whence we have come to where we are today, this country of Dominica is an amazing story of transformation, progress, and development.
Yes.
I can tell you, as somebody who represents a number of prime ministers and government, who before the COVID crisis started traveled so often to so many of them, I can tell you, I just walk in them people's streets with my head high because I know what our government has done for us.
Yes.
And I know what the other governments are trying to do for them, for their government. And they have not yet been able to do what we have done.
That's right.
Which is transform our country from the poorest in the Caribbean to one of the wealthiest, most stable countries with one of the best infrastructure and homes for the people of this country and medical services that most, if not all other countries have. Right? And we have to be incredibly proud as to where we are today.
That's right.
Incredibly proud where we are today, comrade. And we must not let these small-minded, petty, dishonest, greedy, vicious, angry, nasty people disrupt the progress of our societies.
That's right.
All right?
That's
Whether
right.
on their own or their enablers like Rodney and Gabriel and all of the other people like that.
That's right. That's right, Essie.
So come on, unless you have something else to ask me.
Well, just want to thank you for really joining us, on this matter, because it's good that you could, again, address this issue, because the opposition leader, apparently, they are all living in a level of ignorance.
It's not ignorance. I thought about it, Simeon. I thought about it. I think it is ignorance only to this extent, right? That mentally these people are incapable of formulating policies that will benefit the people of the country. They cannot work it out. They don't know how to do it. Because you see, every time they try to think of the people and how to help the people, they're seeing themselves in the mirror. Right?
Yes.
And if it's like some partners that I know. Anytime they get into a discussion and they don't have the answer and they're not sure how to respond, their first response is to curse and get on bad and so on.
Yeah, they get on ignorant.
You don't have friends like that? I had friends like that.
Oh, yes, I come across people like that.
You ask them a question, they don't really question. What do you want? You don't start to make a whole set of noise.
Yes.
Because their brain cannot function at the level to bring out any semblance of common sense.
Yes.
So they get angry, they want to fight, they want to shout, they want to scream, and they want to do everything to hurt everybody else except themselves.
I tell you, brother.
That's who these people are, Simeon. And you see this constant threats to violence?
Yeah.
You see, maybe we should get Fathead to do another one. Remember the audio?
Oh, yeah. The one in South City?
Yeah, we should get Fathead to do another one. and have it as a paid advertisement on Q95.
Yes, I.
Because you see, when fellas like Fathead talk, they all shut up and stay away from Gandhi.
I know.
So they will stay in the studio and run them out.
Yes.
They stay in the studio and run them out, but they couldn't dare go to Gandhi and do anything.
That's right.
Right? So that's how these fellas are. When I heard these fellas talking about the violence and want to mimic Martinique and so on, I just felt these fellas were just being pathetically ignorant and stupid.
Yes.
Anyway, good night.
Thank you, Essie. Thank you again. Thank you for joining us here tonight. I tell you, imagine how quickly the time flies by when, the program is going well. Like I would say, Let's get it. Let's get a little of that truck there. I want to pick up the folks who are on the, the Facebook fans. You know, without you all, you know how it is already. We always appreciate you all. Somebody said there, Simeon is called political deception. Yes, political deception and propaganda. Yeah, man. That's how somebody refer to the opposition, UWP.
We shall not be.
Let's tell that again.
Everybody! Jalan, give us the 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 Jalan. We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. Just like the trees that planted by the waters, Labour Party shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. Just like the trees that planted by the waters, Labour Party shall not be moved. They could come with propaganda, all their lies and all their slander, try to mislead the people with their hate and all their evil. We shall not be moved.
We shall not be on the local line. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Simeon boy, fireman touching best with his little 2 cents.
What go, partner?
When he can go live into the world. Simeon, let me tell you something.
Yeah, talk to me.
And then we still get up in the morning or in the night. First thing you have to do, you have to tell the Father, guide you when you're coming out and you're coming in.
That's right.
Anytime you still get up with hate and malice and fantasy in your heart, Simeon, anywhere you go, you have a problem with yourself. Now, me ask you a question if you want to win the money. Simeon, which opposition leader you ever hear? In the Caribbean, in the Caribbean, that go to a conference without they even invite them in the conference. That not happen already.
Yeah, well, that's the one and only leader of the opposition in Dominica.
So you see, no, see, man, you know why they call it a world? You know why they call it the world? The world itself is a large thing by itself, right? Now, when you hear about the world boss, you know why it's the world boss?
Yes.
See, man, now you can have a world boss. You can put a cockroach, as the world boss would say. You can put a cockroach in front of a fowl, see, man. What war are you going to find there? You find you're going to have a justice there? Huh?
I tell you, brother, man.
Let's get real, Simeon.
There is no
Simeon,
justice
let me tell you
there.
something,
Yes.
To the top of problem we have, as the brother Vince, my brother Vince there, and he's so correct. What Top had to do well and truly, even he love himself, and he wanted to progress himself, as he says, brother Vince say, as a novice. You check? As the world boss say, politics is not an everyday thing.
Right.
So all you have to do, the little money you was getting from, or you getting up to this present time, right? Educate yourself. If you want to become a doctor of lie, or doctor of disappointment, or a doctor, but just try to be a doctor. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because, as you know, right now in the Caribbean, every opposition leader in the Caribbean, they have opposition. Don't talk about them prime ministers. High quality. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But now we have a world boss. Simeon, River Nica right now. People live, as I tell you again, you know. We living like kings and queens, prince and princesses in River Nica, you know. And I'm telling you,
Yeah, man.
you are telling Simeon?
Yeah, man.
Simeon have a brother in St. Martin, also they call him Brother Billy D. Right? When you hear the brother talk about world boss, you swear says like he's Bill Clinton or not even Trump. And then kind of, you know what I mean? Or kind of big man out there that, you know what I'm saying? Let's get it real, Simeon. Simeon have a sample. As I tell you, we'll have a party. That's why I was born in the party same way. We have a family. The kind of brand world boss create in that world there right now. Any leaders in the world right now want to link up world boss, I tell you already, you know.
Yes.
You are telling you, my
man.
You check?
Yeah,
because when you think of top up so dummy and ignorant and bad man and backward. You can be let it either independent time. I feel that some kind of incident in the weather or something like that. And top up try to stand up as the prime minister to make people salute him.
Yes, that was an independent match, yes.
Thank you very much. You know, top up have people right now, they're today calling him a prime minister.
I hear that. I hear that.
I mean,
and he answers.
You see me, I like to hold my space, you know, because I'm a fireman. I love my winter vegetable.
Yes,
I never take drugs. I will never be a user of drugs. I want to take drugs as a business.
Yes, I.
Whenever a man like Jericho personally, right? Pharaoh dry, as I would say. Well educated, well qualified. But now you put crack on your account, you destroy yourself. You think you can help somebody, you can't even help yourself.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Let's
Yes.
be real. When you're them man and program, because of partner, I tell you, as you know, that's why I tell children today. Right now, when we still in school 15 and 16 years, it do have that again, Rasta. Right. All them young boys and young girls in River Nica, so for Grand Bend, the whole constituency, all over the Caribbean and even in River Nica, all over River Nica right now.
Yes.
I tell all the young people and all the young children right now, take all your education serious, because when all you see all you have a good education, all you have a space, and when you have a good education,
yes.
my Lord, you can be anything you want to be in your life if you want to.
That's
Once
right.
you have the proper support and the proper facilities to do something, and take your life serious. Respect all yourself.
True.
Don't go and take drugs and go and interfere and do steal and do no stupidness. Don't go to prison. Be in prison not can't be healthy.
That's right.
Even three things I've read in my life is hospital, prison, and death.
Yes, I.
And we must die. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
But I don't want to put myself in the way for death because I love my life.
You
and
don't.
I love life.
Right,
Because I know
right.
My mother go up there and I tell my mother, send a number for me. She don't send a number for me yet. She isn't ready for me yet. I telling you personally.
So you taking precautionary measures to make sure that don't happen at this point in time?
checking?
Yes, I.
Look, Mr. Moses, just go up. Mr. Moses tell me, fireman, I don't send a number for you now because I'm going to burn the fire for the whole bus.
Yeah, man.
Make sure when he come up, when I come up, he can say, Mr. Moses,
Yeah, man.
well, fireman tell you, boy, things up and running in River Nica. We good to go with. In other words, no more time to shine, Simeon.
That's right.
We tell you something here. We get independent. I might have a good baller, and who know me, who don't know me, that's the business. But I have a good sports in River Nica.
Yeah.
See, we never had an international airport. See, we never had a good international stadium.
Right.
See, we never had a lot of things we're supposed to have. We
That's
never
right.
Even so much college and schools and things. Get it real.
Yeah,
See,
man.
it's right now. That's why I tell you, we have a whole bus. You can't put a cock, but you got have a foul. Top up can never, ever, ever, ever come up with the whole bus. No time at all.
Yes,
No
I.
time. Look now why you're blasting saying, look why you're blasting saying, I don't listen to blasting.
Well, you know, he doesn't pay attention to this guy. I mean, honestly speaking, I won't listen to him. I won't take him on. I mean, when it comes to what he's saying, it doesn't.
No,
you know,
remember,
personally, I don't give him any attention.
He's already spokesman for Top Up.
Yeah, but he doesn't deserve my
It's
attention.
time to
Man.
pick up yourself because right now we're saying, well, time for Top Up to give up and give Vidal to go up and all kind of stuff. Who call what and hold it and how.
Let them battle the field. Let them battle it among themselves.
Who going and die and who don't go. I check him about whole heap of garbage. Them and I tell them they bitter,
Yeah, man.
they sour, they malice, they malfunction, they tomate, they desolate, they very evil, they very malicious, they very bad men.
But I want to thank you for calling because I want to make have my senior minister have a last word there with me before I leave.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, before you look,
Yes.
what I can tell you personally, Simeon.
Yeah, man.
We have a country to build. You know what your country can do for you is
True.
what you have to do for your country.
Yes,
Whole boss, mommy married his sister Stephanie, same way my big brother was my brother Bibbs.
Yeah, man.
And the original whole boss and the whole of Labour family, mommy nothing St. Martin,
Yeah, man.
all around there, and lady in red.
Yeah,
in
man.
America. Good evening to everybody.
Take care, my brother.
Simeon.
Yeah, man.
Fireman running, bless us.
Always a pleasure, fireman. Take care there. Bless up, man. I want to bring in senior minister on the line there before I leave there. Certainly want to hear from him for a moment there. So please hold on there. We're coming right back to you there.
Uh-huh. Everybody! Jala, give us the 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 We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. Just like the trees that planted by the waters, Labour Party shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. Just like the trees that planted by the waters, Labour Party shall not be.
Yes. We shall not be moved. On the line with me, their senior minister, Honorable Reginald Ostrich. Good evening to you and welcome.
Yes, good night, Simo. Good night.
Yes.
Simo, I watching my clock and I realize it's already 11 o'clock, a little past 11.
Well, you know it is already. We do it. We'll do what we have to do.
And I really did not intend, and I still not intending to let you go home too late tonight.
But don't mind it. With
But
you.
I just figure that I could not let the night pass without calling to lend some support or my support
Mm-hmm.
to all your callers, Donnie and Lloydie, and senior counsel.
Yes, yes.
Who raised some very, very, very serious issues that I believe that the people of Dominica should take note of. I'm also very happy, Simo, that we could have given Fireman an opportunity, you know, because I have a habit of interrupting the man when he makes his contribution. I was very happy that you gave him his full allotment.
Indeed.
Tonight to speak.
Indeed.
So, Simeon, let me say good night to you and to your many, many listeners and viewers, as I understand it. And to use the opportunity quickly to compliment once again Vince for having been successful at this by-election.
Yes.
And also to compliment our leader, the Prime Minister, who set up the strategies and who pushed the cubes and guided us and advised us as to how to win this by-election.
Yes.
And so I also need to thank the Granby people for continuing to keep the faith in the Dominican Labour Party.
Oh yes.
This is not easy times for nobody. With what we've been through as a country for the last 20 years, this government, and I've already explained what our 20 years in government has been like, with the ups and in the downs, and a lot of downs.
Yes.
And now with COVID-19, it's rough outside there. It's rough outside there. And so, Simo, this election really was a referendum on the performance of the Dominica Labour Party in the middle of this current term. And it was also a measure to see how the United Workers' Party was succeeding with all their lies and their propaganda and their innuendos and their insults, and whether that is what the Dominican people, because that by-election would represent across the board the views of the Dominican people, and hence the importance of that by-election, and hence the hard work and the effort that this government put into this by-election, because we have already concluded that election to representation is serious business.
Of course it is.
You cannot make joke with the lives of people through their vision and their ability and their wants and their aspirations to vote for a government who they believe would best represent their interests. And the United Workers' Party, they recognize that because they said it, that after this by-election, it will be downhill for the Labour Party because they were convinced within themselves that the Labour Party was going to lose the by-election. And so they put everything that they had.
Yes.
Now, they want to disassociate themselves from handbag. But how can you disassociate yourself from handbag when handbag is one of your starring in the United Workers' Party? Remember, Timo, it was handbag who decided who would be the second man in command of the United Workers' Party at the time.
That's right.
It was handbag who went to Maho and virtually gave Sikiri the deputy political position in the United Workers' Party.
Yes, I.
Now, how can a man who is not associated with your party, who does not represent you, determine who is your second in command? That's your deputy leader, my brother.
Yes, yes. He must have some influence there.
Handbag was able to determine and to decide who was the deputy leader of the United Workers' Party. When he walked into that convention, it did not happen through the internet. It did not by secret ballot. Handbag physically went to the meeting and worked his strategy and worked his way and got Sikiri elected as the deputy leader of the United Workers' Party. And that was accepted by the leadership of the United Workers' Party. So it appears to me that Handbag had the authority of the United Workers' Party to decide who would be the deputy leader of the party. And even then, Simo, They used all their ammunition, everything that they had
Everything.
to fight us in the by-election.
Everything. All the
You know what I mean?
mediums. Yes.
Q95, Thomas Slater, Randy Rodney, Pastor Jack. You can add some names, some words.
Afi Mate.
you want. Afi Mate.
Mun ki se we yodi.
Gabriel Christian,
Yes.
the stupid doctor from La Pointe, the one that always calling for fire. I don't understand Simeon.
Yes.
If a man was trained to save lives and to heal people, I don't understand that same man calling for violence and bloodshed among the same people.
I don't get it at all myself.
You hear me, Simon? This
Yes.
guy is supposed to be a doctor. He's supposed to be caring for people. He's supposed to be saving lives. Yet still he found himself leading a bunch of vagabonds in the diaspora, calling for violence and bloodshed in the streets of Rosso to move the government.
Yes. Yes.
So he was there. Simo, everything they threw at us. You understand? So Handbag was supported financially and otherwise by the United Workers' Party. So this was an election that was fought by the United Workers' Party.
That's right. That's right.
So they were part of it. Simo.
Of course.
And they were lit up the backside. And I want to say good night to my pastor friend and all this people who support the party. Sometimes,
Yes.
they get a little loose with the tongue and so on. So I
Yes.
really want to remain on focus tonight and to thank all of them
Yes.
who continue to pray for the country and to pray for the government of the country. And Simo,
Yes.
the only thing they can accuse us of is we brought in voters. We have not heard that one yet.
No.
But I saw Sprague will look under his bed and he'll hear both of the people coming from God. Remember they said the reason why the ferry was coming is because we plan to bring in so many people.
That's right.
So we have not heard that, but Simo, Sprague will find some people somewhere under his bed to say we brought in voters. So this was a locally fought, and that was the beauty of it.
Yes.
And Simeon, we did, in fact, Vince did extremely well. Because our brother Ed, who passed, got 1,500 votes.
Yes.
And they accuse us of bringing voters. That's okay.
Yes.
But Vince got 1,200 and something votes without. Without they complaining about we bringing voters.
That's right.
So it was strictly a local election. And so, Simo, it tells me, and not only that, my brother, they first off, they came with all their big screen. Gabriel Christian was on TV talking to the people.
Yes,
You had this miserable Holdy fella. And he was asked Holdy, we must go back and see why is it that Holdy is in Dominica, whether there's anybody, any police, any organization looking for Holdy. But I say I'm going to be very quiet tonight. Simon.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And on top of all of that, Simeon, even the terrorist gang they brought into Grand Bay.
Yeah, I saw that too.
They brought their group of terrorism. The same guys who every day want to break and open the president's gates. They want to storm the prime minister's home. They want to go outside of businesses and try to get people to throw stones and to break people windows. They were brought that army. The United Workers' Party brought that army to intimidate the voters of Grand Bay.
I saw that.
Because they themselves recognize that this is a very important election. Because they were really hoping that after all they had said and done, the people of Dominica would find any opportunity to get rid of it. And as a matter of fact, and contrary to that, the people of Dominica for the by-election in Grand Bay showed maximum support for the policies and the philosophies of the Dominica Labour Party.
That's right.
The people of Grand Bay said to the country and to the world that we know things are tough in Dominica like it is in every other part of the world, particularly with COVID-19.
Yes.
But they say that we will stick with our government. We'll stick with the Dominica Labour Party. Because we are convinced that the Labour Party is the best thing for the country at this particular point in time.
That's right.
And so they were looking for leadership from the United Workers' Party.
Yes.
They were looking for the leadership of the United Workers' Party to put their cards on the table.
Yes.
I want to let nobody tell you about this money and you buy vote. See, you can give them the world and when you can vote against.
Well, easy, I telling you. I tell you.
If this Grand Bay people were so upset and with us, even if, which never happened, what we did, Simo, was we walked the streets.
Yes.
We showed an interest in the people. And this was not about whether Labour Party would win the elections or not. This was about ensuring that the people of Granby turned out in the largest numbers almost ever
Yes.
to vote for a parrot.
Yes.
They throw this foreign thing on Vince. They blast it. Even me, Simeon.
Yes.
Even me, they tried to use
I see that.
a statement which was not true, which was taken totally out of context. Because when we made this statement, the people at the meeting agreed with me that what I was saying was correct. Because they applauded. But we never said that nobody stole any money.
But they try everything they could.
So they tried to spin it and turn it around. But we never said nobody stole money.
No.
I just asked, if you're saying that no money reached Granby, and I know, we know, it's the evidence on the ground, where is the money? Where did the money go? And they tried to use that. And the people of Granby told them, leave Reggie alone. Because Reggie did not say that. And I think that upset them even more.
Yes.
And made them more willing to come out and to vote for the Dominican Labour Party.
But, Senior Minister, they also went after the Electoral Commission and also
Went after the commission.
Yes.
They went after the commissioners individually, calling them by name.
Outside of the offices of those individuals.
That's right. They picketed. So, Simon, they threw every bit of ammunition they had at the people, not at us, at the people of Granby.
Yes.
And the people of Granby were upset with them. That is why they didn't come back. That is why they forgot to send agents for, what's his name, for Handbag.
Handbag.
You know, Handbag had 0 agents, my brother.
Oh, my goodness.
They abandoned the guy, and that is the nature of the United Workers' Party. They will use you for their own purposes, Simo. And when they see that they cannot get you, they will dump you like unwanted substance, let's put it that way.
Yes.
And so poor Handbag, they left the guy, after they got the guy
Yes.
to make a fool of himself, they dumped him Simeon, on election day, because the day before, the people of Zambia sent a message to them
I saw that. I heard that.
that do not interfere, because while they're saying that Vince is a foreigner and he should not be part of the election, everything they brought, including the terrorist army to Granby, was not from Granby.
Ah, here you go.
You hear me?
Loud and clear.
And the people of Granby on the eve of that election sent a clear, unambiguous message to them. Tell them, don't take the people of Granby for granted. And don't come to Granby and interfere in their politics. And I think that shocked them a little bit, Simo.
Yes.
And they didn't come. They abandoned it. And Simo, is diaspora people who believe that they can stay overseas and dictate the pace of development and dictate the politics of Dominica. This by-election showed them that nobody listens to them. Because, if you had to listen to the diaspora, Handbag would win hands down.
The UWP rights overseas, yes.
Yes, Timo. Half of them cannot come back criminals. They can't come back because they'll arrest them in Antigua and bring them to Dominican shackles because there are criminal matters pending against them in Dominica. And some of them have, even in the United States, they never be overseas for 30 years, for 40 years, cannot come back.
Yes, I.
And they want to stay in the United States and dictate who governs Dominica or who does not govern Dominica. The people of Granby prove to them
Yes.
that you have no say or no power in dictating who is the government or who is not the government.
That's right.
And if you feel you have a contribution to make, then come down. If you can. Come down. Tango then must come down. Go stay on TV. They will give a big speech on TV. Big speech on TV. Believing that is one of the brightest people that ever came from Dominica. The people of Granby prove him to be a fool. The biggest fool, really, is Gabriel Christian and his bunch of vagabonds.
I just don't get those guys at all.
And they have shown up there, insulting the people of Granby,
Yes.
telling them it's no problem if their pilot cannot read and write.
Imagine that, eh?
They will get an interpreter for him. And criminalize the first breach of the electoral laws. You cannot contest an election if you cannot read and write.
That's right, the English language.
And none of these judges, this Andrew fella, they have a fella there, all these lawyers, while they're making reference to whether Vince breached the electoral laws or not, none of them is making reference to the fact that an illiterate man cannot contest the election.
I tell you, brother.
And some people don't worry about that, man. Don't worry about that.
That's
We don't
right.
need no educated man to run all you. We run that elect handbag and we run the constituency for all you. And when they ask them how he's going to perform in the parliament, they say, no, we'll get an interpreter for him. But see, what the laws make provision for that.
I know.
The laws make provision for interpreters in parliament. And then they told us, oh, go and pass a law. So that's why when they tell us to go and pass the law for handbag. For handbag.
The handbag law.
Yeah, the handbag amendment bill.
Amendment bill.
Yeah, the handbag amendment bill. That was a suggestion. That was Sean's suggestion. But Sean is correct. Because the education Sean have, he's just walking around Portsmouth with it in his pocket. Lazy bastard.
Time for him to put that education to work.
Yeah, so he, and when Upton can say no education, because he doesn't know what that means.
Yes.
He doesn't have it.
Yes.
And Sean can repeat the same foolishness and insulted the people of Grand Bay. And the people of Grand Bay went there with a vengeance to teach those guys a lesson.
That's right.
You know, that don't come and insult us, my brother.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Because we'll be the only constituency in the Caribbean that have a parliament that is illiterate, that cannot read and write. And it's not his fault.
No.
He just have to cannot read and write.
Yes, circumstances.
But he had his place. People who can read and write have their place in development. They have their place in the society.
Of course.
So Handbag has his place.
Of course.
He drive bus, he service people. That is fine.
Yep.
He run Ben Manikou, he run Ben Aguti. That is okay.
No problem in that.
That is fine. But Handbag, that have its place.
Yes.
But that place that is not for parliament because there are specific rules and regulations that govern who can go into parliament and govern the conduct of the parliament.
That's right.
And so the people of Grand Bay thought it was a huge insult that United Labour Party would come and tell them that Handbag is good for you. If he's illiterate, it's good for you. Because Gable would stay there and this Dangleman fella and they would run the Grand Bay constituency by remote control.
Imagine that, boy?
And see, and we have to thank the people of Grand Bay. And more specifically, I personally want people of Morton, Tetmon, Grand Colibri, Bordeaux. Because that is where I was assigned to work. That's why it was sad, but it was still pleasurable for me to touch flesh with these people, to understand how they live, to try to hear from them what are their dreams, their aspirations, what are their challenges. And we saw it.
Yes.
We saw it.
Yes.
You understand? In spite of all the good efforts made by this government, by all the various power reps to bring some development to those constituencies, but they were so neglected by previous administration that you cannot fix it overnight.
That's right.
And I want to tell these people that I went there yesterday to thank them for allowing and welcoming me to sit with them and to get into their midst and get into their homes and sit with them and talk with them. That is what good politicians do.
That's right.
And that is what we did. We went from home to home. We must have visited every single home
Yes.
in the Grand Bay constituency within that last month. You're reassuring the people, talking to the people, and the people tell you, yes, we have challenges, but we don't see no other government. And where is the opposition?
Nowhere.
Why is it that the opposition would insult us by don't think that we're worthy of the presence?
Or sending or endorsing a candidate as their candidate.
Endorsing a candidate that they admit cannot read and write. They admit that to the people.
Yes.
What were these people thinking, Simo? What was going on in their mind at the time?
I just don't understand it at all.
Turn their backs on the people of Grand Bay. Showed no regard and no respect for the people of Grand Bay. Disrespect to the people of Grand Bay. You got 200 votes the last election. You didn't even go and touch base with the votes that you got.
No.
You didn't touch base with your supporters. People who take Maple for you and who stayed in the rain for you and voted for you. And you didn't have the common decency that a political party, even for the show, to go there and let the people see that you still have a level of interest in their well-being. In a very important by-election. That's a midterm election.
Yes.
That is where you should go and feel your pulse and to see all the lies, all the propaganda, all the corruption that you talk about, to see if it's taking root.
Right.
And you could only see that based on the people who followed you and voted for you. And they could say, well, why 500 people believe in our story? 600 people believe in our story. 200 people believe in our story of lies and propaganda. We're reaching some people. Not even that, Simeon, they could go and test in Grand Bay during the by-election. So how do you go back to Granby now? How do you go back to Granby and when?
It's clearly don't have interest there.
And to tell them what, to say what to them. You didn't go there with any serious development plan. You had a set of pipe dreams. But nothing practical that the people of Granby would see that boss, the opposition, have some plans there for us and that practical. And we can see how we can get our education. We can see how we can improve our health care. We can see how we can improve our housing condition. We can see how many people that we can get to school to raise the standard of education and raise the standard of living. So, the only way out of poverty is through education.
That's right. That's right. That's
The
right.
major indicator of your advancement is through education. And United Workers Party told headed and supported by Antishon that education is not important.
Not important.
So all these people you have parading up and down Granby saying how they're bright and so on. Sean said these are waste of time people. You don't need that. And now the people of Granby are wondering whether we should really pursue education or go to work instead, because Sean told them and the United Workers Party told them that education is not important.
Imagine that, man.
You can have an illiterate man to represent you, Simo.
Wow.
And that is what this by-election brought out inside of Granby. Organization, seriousness by the Dominican Labour Party, taking people's lives seriously versus a political party. And when they finish, they want to go on Q95 and discuss the by-election in Granby. You have nothing to discuss, my brother. You were never part of it.
True.
You have nothing to say about that.
True.
Because you made a public statement that you were not going to get involved in the Granby by-election.
That's right.
When in behind, you'd have funding handbag.
But they're a bunch of liars.
The United States have funding handbag.
They're a bunch of liars.
To the people of those diasporas from Granby. Shame on them.
As Senior Minister, they're a bunch of liars. I mean, you heard Linton tonight on the audio I played there, calling for heads to roll because the so-called letter that he wrote to the Electoral Commission and to the Commissioner, according to him, they did not investigate what he claimed.
Is a fool.
What he claimed
Linton
to be
is a practical fool.
Yes.
And he is an intellectual fool. Because there are provisions in the Constitution, the same Constitution he has to quote. There are provisions in the Constitution telling you how to deal with such matters.
Right.
Through election petitions. So he didn't deserve a response. He didn't deserve it. I don't know who he's trying to impress. Must be he prepared himself for the December.
But he got one, you know. He got one from the chairman of the Electoral Commission.
Yes.
He did get a response telling him, I mean, the facts are the facts that you know, what he was asking for could not be done simply because, you know, there was no facts.
Does the Election Commission have its work to do so?
Yeah, there were no facts, there were no findings. But according to him, there is a derelict of duty, and therefore, in his opinion, you know, people head should roll. Now, Senior Minister, who's head? Isn't it that of the opposition leader that should roll after the
RG? Long time ago.
Yes, after the RG0 report?
No head, no.
Well, we don't
the amount of crimes Linton committed against this country, economic sabotage.
Yes.
Telling lies and falsehood on our Prime Minister, accusing him of selling passports to criminals. Going in the international community and asking them to blacklist us because of our CBI program.
Yes.
A program that has brought much relief. In fact, I'm not ashamed to say it. If it had not been for this CBI program, we would have been worse off.
I tell you.
15 times and over than we are today.
Oh my, I don't know how would I make it out.
If it was not for this CBI, Linton's dream of 350 people dying through COVID would have been brought to reality. It is because of the CBI that we could put all these measures in place, including building a COVID hospital, that we have been able to slow down the impact of COVID-19 on our people. And had it not been for this foolish gathering they had when we had this outbreak, we would not have had any deaths in this country. The deaths you have in this country is not as a result of COVID, but as a result of our recklessness and our failure to do what is recommended to keep COVID away from us and from our shores. It's a human problem, not a money problem. Money is hard to come by, but that is not an excuse for the way COVID-19 is mashing up our country, mashing up our economy, and killing our people.
And he's doing that all over the world, Senior Minister.
And the opposition saying, the opposition has admitted that we could have done better. It is our fault why it got so bad, because Linton said that he has this strategy to stop COVID-19.
Bravo.
But he kept that strategy in his back pocket.
In his head.
Well, in his head. Well, I don't know what else his head can say. You know, Simon, and that is where we are.
Yes.
With these guys. And the people of Granby, they noticed that.
Yes.
They noticed the lack of care, the lack of interest, the wickedness and the evil of the United Workers' Party and Lennox Linton. And they defied it. They fought against it.
Yes.
Nowhere in a by-election, Dominica, has a voter turnout been so overwhelming.
True.
Because all of us keep saying, in by-elections, people don't turn out to vote, and voter turnout is low. That was not the case. The people of Granby proved that theory wrong.
That's right.
You hear me, my brother?
That's right.
Because they turn out to vote in extra large numbers. And the Dominican Labour Party owes a debt of gratitude because they have underlined and defined the policies of the Dominican Labour Party. They have given us an A+ for the policies of the Labour Party in the governance of this country in very difficult periods. They did not give us a passing grade.
That's right.
They gave us a distinction. And we can take that, Simeon, and we can be re-energized that this government is doing its best for this country.
That's right.
They have said to us that this diaspora of people who refuse to come down, who sit in the United States enjoying their butter, who have all the education, and these people are allowing the United Workers' Party to insult them by saying that you don't need anybody with education to represent you. This guy is up in the United States. And all they're doing, Simon, is violence and more violence. Simon, they even bring the army. The army of terror.
The mob.
They brought into Granby and threatened that we're going to block road and transport cannot pass. And all will see there'll be no election in Granby.
Imagine.
Because when they send a warning.
Yes.
But the cowards that they are, they withdrew. So there was no issue. The roads were clear. Why was the road clear? When you were there the night before the election, chopping out, blocking up road and preventing people from going to vote.
Because violence is all they can preach.
Violence, but the people are going to charm them.
Yes.
And stop them. And that is why, Simon, I keep telling you guys that they take our niceness for weakness.
Yes.
That they're doing all their magic and we're not responding. And our people are asking us for a response all the time. And we keep telling them, no, the response to the United Workers' Party would be destruction.
That's right.
Because if the Labour Party come down on you, you will not be able to get up under them. When they lie down on you, you will not be able to get up. And our Prime Minister keeps telling us, guys, don't worry. Don't respond to the calls for violence by the United Workers' Party. That is a strategy to put us off track.
That's right.
You hear me?
That's right.
But the people of Granby didn't take that. They sent a warning. They never threatened violence.
No.
They just send a warning and say, behave all yourself. They were very clear.
Yes.
Do not, when a lion is resting, do not wake it up.
I tell you.
Because the Granby people have the experience and they know what they're talking about.
But it's amazing, Senior Minister, that they wanted a revolution in Granby, And
that's what it was.
And they were talking about that revolution. And you know what was funny? Is that coming into the last second of the election, they called the program and they said, as if they're not feeling the revolution. They're not feeling it.
That's right, because the people of Granby told them that there shall be no revolution in Granby.
Yes.
Under our watch.
Yes.
And they took the people of Granby seriously. I think that's the first time that these vagabonds, these terrorists, these criminals took anything seriously. Because they know they can't mess with the people of Granby.
That's right.
Peaceful people, very peaceful people.
Yep.
Very peaceful people. But they tell you that when you see that lion is asleep, that lion called Granby is asleep.
Don't wake it.
Let it sleep in peace.
That's right.
And don't wake it up. Because if you wake it up, you remember they said, Simon, light the fire, they'll put wood in the fire?
Uh-huh.
You remember when they called for the people of Granby to light the fire? and they will put wood in it.
Yes.
You know what that means, Simeon?
Oh, more fire.
They want the people of Granby to start the bloodshed.
Yes.
And they will continue it.
Yes. Yes.
That was a message to the people of Granby. That is what they offered the people of Granby during that by-election. Start the fire. Start the war. They call for me diaspora overseas. Big men, educated men. Men you expect. Well, you're right, my brothers. I can understand why they would tell Granby people, you don't need to be educated to be the power rep. But Simeon, that story will continue
Indeed.
to be told.
Yes.
And the model that this Labour Party government has been using to find out the needs of our people is a model I would recommend for all countries, not only for all constituencies, but all countries with that form of politics to adopt that and call it the Roosevelt-Skerrit model for articulating its policies and its programs to a people. Simo, you cannot sit at your desk and figure out what the people need.
No.
You cannot sit at your home and dictate to people what are their needs. People must tell you what are their needs.
You must hit the ground.
And the only way you can find out, and everybody needs is different.
That's right.
And the only way you can find out what are the dreams and the needs and the aspirations of the people is you must communicate with them.
That's right. That's right, Senior.
You must talk to them. You must go and see them. You must sit in the kitchen. Linton sit down in kitchen in Bordeaux. Oh, man, Linton wouldn't do that, my brother. Linton, and that's why they kept him away from the by-election, because he would have cursed two people up there.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
You know, so I think they warned him and tell him to stay away from the Granby by-election. And they left their Simo. They didn't even wait for the... I don't think they come back up the night. They didn't even wait for the result. But when the Granby people spoke before the election, they knew that they were not welcome in Granby. And they shall never be welcome in Granby, because those insults that they left on the people of Granby will continue to haunt them, because the people of Granby will remind them at every opportunity that when we needed you, you insulted us.
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes.
You insulted us.
Indeed.
And the United Workers' Party shall never be welcome in Granby.
That's right.
And they will always be remembered. This by-election will continue to hang around their necks, because never in the history of Point Dominica that a proud people, a revolutionary people, a people who is filled with the history of this country has been treated in such a way by the United Workers' Party and their allies and their colleagues and their people in diaspora who always calling for violence. None of them said we'll send you a computer. None of us said that we'll send you a tablet, a device.
No.
You understand? No. All they tell the people of Granby, you light the fire for us and we'll put wood in it.
Imagine that.
That was a message to the people of Granby, of which the people of Granby rejected.
That's right.
Rejected in a big way by electing Vince Henderson, who did his work, my brother, after coming out of the coals for 10 years.
Yes.
Did remarkable well.
Oh, yes.
Who was able to connect with the people.
That's right.
And was able to connect with the message.
That's
in
right.
Quick time.
In quick time.
And burn the midnight oil. They criticize us for going to Granby. Remember that?
Oh,
they
yes.
criticize us for mingling with people.
Oh, yes.
They criticize us for talking to people. They criticize us for trying to find out the needs of the people. That is what they did.
Yes.
And you have this half-drunk woman from Buffalo State wanting to lead. Well, that's the nature of the United Workers' Party anyway.
Yes, I.
It is not blessings. Some of the jackass, talking foolishness. No, I hear he calling for people to die now. Who said I'll die just now? He said Vince have to die soon.
We just rebuke them with these words, Senior Minister.
Listen to me, Simo.
Yes.
God has his both hands stretched out over this land.
That's right.
We are protected by the Holy Spirit.
That's right.
And no evil that is formed against this government, against the people of Dominica, shall succeed.
That's right.
And I believe the United Workers' Party, as disorganized as they are, as leaderless as they are, no leadership in this thing. They have no leader. And we try to blame them for everything, but there is no leader in the United Workers' Party. So what are you charging them Clinton with? When the party itself have told you that they don't want Leonard Clinton in their business anymore. And if he's not going, we will go, we will leave him. And that is why they have all these splinter groups.
Yes.
That is a fight, a war they're having with Lennox Linton to get him to leave. But he won't leave. Because I have a bum COB leader of the opposition. I'm not sure if he get all the money for the passports he sold to Al Jazeera.
We're not sure.
Or he promised to sell, or he threatened to sell. I'm not sure I'm not sure if they got the largest Crispin bring him for in the police. I'm not sure how much they get, and if the rest on its way, they can transfer it, Timo.
We don't know.
They can't bring it down. They have it, so but they can't bring it. Because of all these tight banking laws that they have governing financial transactions these days. And I think Linton believes by some miracle that money will come.
You notice he not speaking so forcefully about the Polisario and the people on that side anymore?
Because what Crispin promised him, but Crispin maybe get some. Because Crispin, that is the link.
Because just when he came back after Maria, when they made that travel, one of the things he came forcefully on the public radio, speaking.
But Simo, you see, I don't think he got much. Crispin maybe crook him. Crispin double cross him. Because to get the money, Simo, Crispin had to bring him up. So Crispin bring him up, and Crispin get organized allegedly for bringing him up.
But
nothing don't come wrong. So he vexed with the Polisario and he vexed with Crispin.
Yes, I.
Because to take yourself out of Dominica in that hurricane season there.
Yes.
And endanger your life. To go and meet a group of terrorists in a tent.
Yes.
To cross all that desert on a camel.
Yes.
It's not easy. Not for Lincoln. I can still carry it. And I can see Labour Party pursuing a cause. I mean, put Linton do that side. You can't wear no jacket in the desert, Simon. And Clinton cannot go nowhere without his jacket. So that son, he must be sweating like a pig in that desert there. And to come down empty-handed like that, Simon.
Well, maybe.
I expect Linton talking about Polisario.
Maybe he didn't show out. He didn't show us what he get, but most probably.
I think he got some pocket change at the paying hotel. I think he got a little thing, but the big thing, because don't forget.
Yeah.
Crispin told him it was 50 million, you know.
Yeah, he said it was 50 million that we refused.
50 million, Simon, that's carried in one. When Linton eyes up wide.
Yes, go and get it.
And he said, boss, let's go now.
I'm prepared.
Money.
And
because you have an appetite for spending money.
And he was prepared to go against the relationship with the diplomatic relationship that we share with the Kingdom of Morocco.
Well, if Mr. leave that politics alone. I have no interest in politics. That was his last paycheck he was hoping to pick up. Because with him, I get half of the 50. So he got 20 million. Because Crispin will cook him. Crispin will take 15. You know, because Crispin had the links too. Lennox have no links, you know.
That's right.
Crispin in front and Lennox behind him, you know.
Yes.
And Crispin in front taking him in the tent.
Yes.
So Crispin gets something. Crispin gets something for that. but they're not happy. They're not satisfied.
Oh,
so
Lord.
to hell with the damn Polisario.
Yes.
Why not the Polisario that's screwing is Crispin? So you must be vexed with the Polisario. You must be vexed with Crispin and ask Crispin for his money.
Let's hear what Crispin have to say on that.
Yes, you must ask Crispin for his money. Crispin don't have his money.
Because
not Polisario.
Crispin knew about the 50 million.
50 million.
50 million euros.
Once he said 50 me, by the time he said me, then after let's go.
That's how he signed. That's how he signed the.
He didn't even hear the whole word. And Randy Rod, this is nothing wrong with that.
That's how he signed the diplomatic passport agreements.
He don't know the people, you know, some people. He never met these people. He don't know whether it's man, woman, animal. He don't know who is that he was signing this to.
But he signed.
The man just telling people that if he win, he'll give them diplomatic postings.
400.
So how you will need due diligence now? Whenever a man money this, just told him to see the credible or not.
No integrity.
Due diligence went out of the window, but there was no due diligence.
None at all. They didn't care about that.
What mattered at the time was the money.
Yes.
And he was bringing it for humanitarian aid and lying.
But that's why I tell him he's the one that should be resigning. His head that should be rolling, not the people he calling for the heads to roll.
That's right.
Yes.
Because you use the name of Dominica under false pretense.
False pretense.
Commit a crime.
Selling the state asset.
You were in the process, Simeon, of committing a crime of money laundering.
He was, yes. Yes.
That is real money laundering.
Yes.
Public money laundering.
Mm-hmm.
And this people
they're so filled with hatred.
Yes.
I mean, this lady in Basel said, Simeon, that lady gonna die soon, may God forbid. That lady heart is loaded
with animosity
hatred for Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominican Labour Party. How is that lady walk or she in a wheelchair?
Well, she walks, but we pray that God give her good health.
I hoping so too, but she seen herself. She had to free up herself.
Yes.
Drop that hatred, that evil that she have in her heart.
But it is what
that misfortune that she wishing to happen to people now. I hear someone say that attacking public officers.
But Senior Minister, it is what they are fed with. I mean, we have to understand that the opposition and all of their leadership within the UWP have fed them.
They drink the Kool-Aid.
Yes, it's like telling them the Labour Party stole the election, and then they watch you and tell you, oh, Labour Party stole it. I'm like, you really believe that foolishness for real? You know.
Yeah, but they believe it, Simon. They practice it. That's the bad thing. They practicing it. You know. But Simon, like I say, I didn't intend to take because like I told you, give me a minute, but I had to raise those two issues.
No problem.
Because they might resurface and we have to prepare there. May God forbid there shall never be another by-election in this country.
We pray for that.
By people, neither from the opposition side or from the government side.
We pray for that.
It's traumatic. We cannot go through it. And I want to urge Dominicans to pray that we do not have to go through this by-election. We've been to too many of those.
Yes. But
and we really don't have the appetite for more.
Yes. But we cannot determine what God's will is.
No, never. But we can pray. We can
but
ask
we
him
can
to
ask
help
him.
us.
Yes, we can ask
we
him.
can pray to him and ask him to protect us and to protect our people.
That's right.
To protect our parliament and to protect the people's representatives. We can ask in prayer.
That's right. That's right.
You know, we can ask in prayer. We cannot decide how we want to roll this dice.
That's right.
But we have an obligation to ask in prayer.
That's right.
That our parliament be protected. And he protected us from Andage from having us to go through all these changes in the parliament to accommodate an inheritance. We have to pass several laws.
The amendment bill.
Several laws.
Yes, sir.
You know, Simo. So,
God is
Simo,
good,
my
man.
brother, the struggle continues.
Indeed.
This is not the end. This is just the beginning.
That's right. That's right.
Because we have to continue to build our country irrespective of the challenges that we face.
That's right.
And we'll be hearing a lot more about that when we go to Parliament on Monday.
Monday.
How this government has spent its money.
Yes, someone did ask me about that tonight. Parliament will be on Monday.
Parliament is on Monday at 10 o'clock.
Monday at 10 o'clock, yes. Thank you for that.
This way, Vince, as I understand it.
Yes.
I will move in. We have a number of bills to amend.
Yes.
But very importantly, we have the supplementary estimate, which will give the people of Dominica an account of how we spend the money and what we spend the money for.
Very well.
And so we listen to the debate,
Yes.
and Dominicans will again be given an opportunity to judge this government on its performance.
Very well.
People of Granby judged us on our performance in bad times, on our plans which are practical and real, and they put the confidence in the Dominican Labour Party, and they totally rejected the United Workers' Party. After having thrown everything at Vince, everything at Labour in Granby, we still emerged victorious.
That's right.
In a very large way. If this is not a vote of confidence in the Dominican Labour Party, then you tell me what is. So let them go back on Q95. Let them continue to curse the country. Let them continue to curse and let them continue to blacklist and to black our country. Let them continue if that's how they love to do it. But the results will always be bitter.
Yes.
Always be bitter. Because there is a God above who sees and knows all things.
That's right.
And hears all things.
That's right.
And judges all things according to his own standards and his own merit. And if what happened in Granby is anything to go by, then Simeon, the people of Dominica really will be rescued, will be relieved. It might take some time because we don't control what is happening internationally. We can control COVID in our country. We can control it in the rest of the world. And I hear now there's a new variant.
Yes.
And we have to be careful. We have to be extra careful. I want to urge all these people who have vaccine hesitant, all these people who have all these conspiracy theories. It's coming, Simo. It's coming. And I'm confident that with my vaccination, I might get sick, but I'll be able to resist it. My body will be able to fight.
Greater chance, yes.
But for those who are unvaccinated, here is another opportunity. Here is another reason why we should go out there and get vaccinated.
That's right. That's right.
And that is my call and my plea to the people of Dominica. Let us all go and get vaccinated.
Indeed.
Let us save our country. Let us rebuild our economy. The government is doing its best. And the people of Granby gave us a distinction for doing our best. and to support the people of Grand Bay. And they voted overwhelmingly. Bossman, I love Mountain, I love Techmont,
Yes, sir.
I love Bordeaux, and I love Grand Coulibaly.
Yes, sir.
Very humble people,
Yes, sir.
nice people who understand the challenges and understand how difficult it is for the government to move that country forward. And they're prepared to be patient but expectant.
Yes, sir.
They're patient, but they expect good things to happen to them.
Indeed.
And they have decided that the only party in this country that can make good things happen to them and for them is the Dominican Labour Party. And to say to them that we appreciate it. I guess the other ministers who work in other areas will speak to other areas.
Yes, yes.
So I can speak in general terms to Grand Bay, but I can speak in specific terms to Mountain. And you can look at the voter turnout in those constituencies. Overwhelming.
Yes.
Overwhelming.
Yes, yes.
You know, I'm in that election, and I'm very proud of these people, and I'll continue to love them and to show them love for as long as I can. Because when the Dominican Labour Party needed love, they were there to show us love.
That's right.
And they have an obligation, the responsibility to return that love. And I want to give them the promise of what I know about my Prime Minister, what I know about Vince Henderson, what I know about the Cabinet and the government. We will take due recognition of the love for the government, for the love for Labour, the love for PM.
Indeed.
And we will, as slowly as it can, but we will return that love. Simo, good night.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry that I kept you.
That's okay,
I'm
Senior
very, very
Minister.
sorry.
You're
But I had to
that's
release
okay.
those few points, Simo.
No need to be sorry.
To
That's
promise
the
you
job. We
that
have
I
to
will
do the
never
job.
call you at 11 o'clock again.
That's no problem. When duty calls, it calls.
So thanks, Simo.
Thank you again.
Good night. God bless you.
Bless you too.
The horn of the enemy, the horn of Satan, has been broken. Not
Indeed.
cracked. It has been broken.
Indeed.
It was broken by the people of Grand Bay. And let's see how they maneuver. But let's see how they maneuver
Yes.
in this period. That lays ahead of us. Good night, Simeon.
Thank you.
Good night, the people of Dominica. Good night, Vince, Prime Minister, Cabinet colleagues. Have a wonderful day, night.
And
I want to
weekend.
wish you a very wonderful Sunday. Take some time to pray, to worship your God.
Indeed.
And let's get refreshed and wait on Monday to continue doing the work of the people of Dominica. Good night, Simo.
Good night. Thank you.
Thanks for that opportunity.
Thank you, Senior Minister. Thank you again. Thank you for your contribution there tonight, like always. Let me just take this final. All my telephones are going, it's like you all don't want me to go. But let me take this call the overseas line there. All the local line, all lines are lit up there. All the overseas line there. Are you there, caller? Good evening.
My brother, where you going, mate? Early still.
It's only still.
After 2 weeks, we've been stressed out. Let us free up ourselves, man. Let's free up ourselves, right?
We did that. I'm good, thanks, brother.
Simi, I think I could go to bed after listening to my mentor, Mr. Ashi. Good night.
Yes.
Simi,
Yes.
what I want to happen at the next UWP delegate conference, I want Handback to challenge Lennox for the party leadership. Because for the why not?
You're like trouble, you know why.
But why Handback cannot be the leader, the next leader of the UWP?
I wait to see.
But for the past 2 weeks, Handback been getting love like he's the best thing out there.
So they might as well just give him the extra love there.
Yes, because when you have Afi Mate was the lawyer in Maryland. All of them endorse Handback. So why can Handback not be the next leader of the party? That,
Yes,
But see me, a caller called Matt this week and made a great point. He said, well, God forbid my partner Spraggs would pass away. Would the UWP send up somebody in Salisbury to replace Spraggs? I tell the caller, no, they're not going to send nobody up. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, boy, I tell you, Matt Selma, I just don't know, boy. Matt is a classic by himself.
God forbid, let's just say, God forbid Handbag had win. Would they endorse Handbag?
Oh, they would be celebrating, man. They would be celebrating. They would be. Imagine they took a victory based on the number of votes that came at the last election and the numbers we got now. They said that that's a victory for them. They didn't win, you know. Yes.
But see me, how that could be a victory for them?
Ask me.
They said no election reform. They're not taking part in it. So
yes.
if he had win, why would they endorse him?
Yes.
Yes. But these guys, see me, I gotta thank the Grand Bay people for coming out strong and sending a clear message. Because was the candidate they had last year, or was in the NAGOP in Grand Bay?
Their last candidate. Yeah, I can't remember the person's name right
Net,
now. Yes,
was it Net something? That's his name.
Something, Paquette or something like that. Yeah.
But where in?
Yeah, well, I mean, guys not interested in. As you realize, this party has been defragmented, and no one is interested in serving them. That's why, I guess Handbag was on his own because. Well, he wasn't on his own. They all were behind him, but pretending like they were not with him. That's how they were just being hypocrite. Yeah.
Yeah, but see me, I mean, I'm so happy that the election is over with. We could right now, next week when you come back on the show on Tuesday, you can start talking about bridges, roads, and construction and things that's gonna happen, development of Dominica.
Yeah, man.
Let's move. We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, man.
Good night to the Prime Minister. My brother, get home safe. A long time
Will do.
See, but
yeah.
Soon, man, when that COVID finish,
I know that COVID there just put a blows on our traveling and everything like that. But hold strong.
Okay,
stay good, my brother.
Take care.
Yes, I. All right, I tell you.
I said it once, and the press took me to task, and I will repeat it here. That I believe that God knew and God knows exactly why He allowed us to have this Prime Minister for such a time as this. And I still believe that he is the best that we have had in this country so far. I thank God for you, sir. And not only that, but I believe in no uncertain terms, you have shown the level of leadership that you are capable of demonstrating. And if I may be bold to be prophetic, I also have no doubt that in years to come, when other nations will face disasters as we've had, or worse than we've had, they will look for you, your counsel, your advice, and your experience. May God bless you, and may God bless Dominica.
Yes, and that's where I got to make my exit. All the telephones like still going. I'm gonna give you. Let's just take 2 calls and give you 1 minute. Caller, are you there with me overseas line?
Yes, partner. Yes.
One go, boy. So I gotta be a swella.
No. I on the hustle. I on the grind now.
Yes, I.
So I just I listening to you.
Yes.
I on my shift now. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I must laugh,
I know.
I must laugh, my brother. You mean to tell me, in this modern day and age, my brother, you're setting up a man that cannot read and write to represent people? You know, Simeon, I can go in the hospital and see my doctor and give me a chance to operate.
Boy, it's about this.
But that's what it is. Handbag. I tell you straight, handbag. You have no place in parliament. You hear me?
Yes, I.
It's not for you, my brother. Because if you come in parliament, I can go in the hospital and say I am a child doctor and take over the hospital. Because it's so UW people thinking. Because Leonard Clinton believe because he's such a great lawyer. He never go to school, but he go privy council and represent himself,
Yes, I.
So he encouraging handbag now to do them foolishness now.
Yes.
Make himself like a puppet. And be in a kind of frenzy that uneducated people can rule educated people. My brother calls that shit.
Yes, I.
No, stop it, man.
Yeah, man.
In the United States of America, half the Congress, 70% of the Congress is lawyers.
Yes, I. Yes, I.
So don't come and give us that half-handed foolishness, my brother.
All right, my brother. We'll continue. Short and sweet.
Yeah, because short and sweet.
All right.
Bless night, my brother.
Take care, dear man. All right. All the telephones still going, but let's make it short and sweet. Short and sweet there on the local line.
To God be the glory. Great things he has done.
Amen, mommy.
Good evening to you.
You too.
I've been battling to get onto that program there tonight.
Well, you just did, and you just did, and I'm closing up.
But the next time I call, I hope I get all my meals.
You'll get that next program.
So how's the family?
Doing good, mommy.
Everybody good?
Doing good.
I wish you all a wonderful and blessed weekend.
Thank you.
A blessed coming week.
Thank you.
And I claim that precious blood of Christ from the crown of your head to the sole of your feet.
Thank you, Mom.
Now it is raining. It is pouring.
Yes.
So drive safely.
Will do.
Pick up nobody.
Will do.
And I say good evening to my Dr. Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit. May God continue to bless, guide, protect, and direct you. And I always say, Vince have already won victory.
Yes.
And I lit my candle for him for the whole day.
Yes, sir.
His name has got to enlighten him and for us to have peace in Grand Bay.
That we had.
And that is what we get. And
Yes,
I give praise and honor and glory and thanks to the Almighty Father.
Yes,
and I ask him to choose the leader that he needed and he wants to govern Grand Bay.
Yes, sir.
And he give us a good leader, which is Vince Henderson.
That's right.
Hendo, Mommy prayed for you.
Yeah, man.
And may God continue to guide, protect, and direct you. And you have to continue to do what you say you have to do. You may not do all one time,
Yes.
but do as best as you can to keep the people in Grand Bay happy.
Indeed.
And I claim that precious blood of Christ upon you, Hendo, upon your wife, and all Grand Bayrians,
Yes, sir.
and all Dominican labor those genuine ones, not those backstabbers,
Got to go,
but
mommy.
the genuine ones.
Yes,
and may
man.
God continue to bless, guide, protect, and direct this country.
Yeah, man.
And I pray in the Father
Yeah, man.
to get that what is virus, COVID,
Yes.
to trump that disease under the foot of Michael the Archangel. Let him tramp it down
Yes, indeed.
to hell where he came from.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Dominican, take you all vaccine, and God bless us all in this country.
Bless you
Have a
too.
blessed night, my son.
You too,
God
ma'am.
bless you.
All right.
Okay?
Take care, mommy.
All right, my son.
All right, dear. All right, now, short and sweet, dear. Overseas line there, short and sweet. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, is this Kyrie FM?
Yes, you're live.
Okay. Oh my God, I've been trying to call for the longest one. I don't have anything much to say tonight, man. I've been trying for longest one, but never mind.
Yes.
There's some things I want to know. First of all, that whole Thursday night thing, I want to be I'm not normally long, short. That Thursday night, the Thursday night I listened to, what's the radio station name? The other one.
Q95.
This guy's preaching violence, man.
Yes.
Yes, this guy's preaching violence, man. That was the ultimate violence preaching.
Yes.
And this is sad to hear that thing happening. But first thing I want to know is, one, I maybe have two questions. I hope it end up being two. The Marigot Palrep, is he actually voting in Marigot? Because I looked at one of their reactions somewhere, and that is what I gathered.
I'm not sure if he's voting, because I knew he was not voting there at some point in time, but I'm not sure whether that has changed in the past. Because I know he was voting in Kenfield. That's where he was voting, yes.
Okay, so you see, so that is the thing. So number two is Dr. Vince, because I guarantee that whole electoral thing, they're still trying to cancel the elections and everything, or make it invalidate the candidacy, although that is long gone, and I guarantee they'll still come up with their nonsense. Seeing that he was representing Dominica, I would like that question answered. The Dominican embassy out there in where is it? In Washington, D.C., that's where he was?
Yes,
is
he was.
Dominica still? Is the Dominican embassy out there anywhere in the world? Isn't it Dominica soil? No matter the embassy, is it Dominica or is it America? A person representing Dominica and the Dominican embassy, what is it? Is the Dominican embassy, will you say that this individual is still in Dominica or the individual is somewhere else? That's what I want to know. So,
Yes.
I mean, the legal people, I'm not
We'll try and answer that in the next round. Yes.
Okay, no problem. Good night.
Take care, my dear. All right, dear. I tell you there, whoa. I tell you, imagine that. You short and sweet there on the telephone. Let me.
You see me and the lady trying to ask you a question. I can answer the question for the lady,
Okay, give her the answer quick.
Whatever embassy, it could be Sweden embassy. Once you have diplomatic relationship with those people. Like the Chinese embassy is a piece of China on Dominica.
Yes, I.
So it was a piece of Dominica in America.
Yes, I.
Short and sweet.
Respect.
Any embassy in any country is a piece of whatever.
Yes, I.
If for instance, somebody called from Africa.
Yeah.
And there is a, like Dr. Vince Henderson.
Point well taken on what you just said.
Yeah.
Point
it's
well
a piece
taken.
of that.
Yes, sir.
That's why when people, it have certain people when they commit crime,
Yes.
and they go to the embassy,
You can't come and arrest them.
They can't touch them.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, you're like a lawyer there tonight, boy. Short and sweet on the overseas lines. Yes, good evening.
See me?
Yes, I.
See me say Guada.
Hey, Guada, ça qu'a fait, garçon?
Guada trouvé ipui. Le Guada passate même sorti à casa ya pour côté.
Oui.
Et Guada di tikit li men ou sa chime bawe tout bite bawe en Guadeloupe.
Moka ouais ça.
Présent.
Oui.
Rien pas encore libre, moun passay ça de moun passay travail ou à connaître qui manière y.
Oui.
Mais mon dit on bite mo bawe te long.
Oui.
Parce que mon temps yo de ka parler avec Q95. Mon fait yo savait qui problème là qui ni Guadeloupe, c'est problème pour vaccine. Parce que on l'homme qui a travaillé à l'hôpital, qui est avocat, qui est docteur, qui si yo pas pour vaccine là, yo ka perdu travail à yo. Et pas problème pour d'autres problèmes, mais problème pour vaccine qui tout on la terre. La moun pas les vacciner. D'accord?
Oui.
So parce que mon tenue de parler à la Q95 et vous savez il y a des voleurs qui a pété magasin qui a fait biter.
Oui.
C'est pourquoi Chimé a bloqué. Tout à présent nous si la même problème mais pas à faire gouvernement parce que son loi aussi ça passe habiter en France, loi scié so tout pas vacciné, yo ka mettre ou dehors. So ko yo ka mettre ou dehors, so moun ka faire débat pour ça.
Ah bon comprendre.
C'est bon dévoyer ba Hembag.
Oui.
Hembag, Freedom Party pas dit ça. En loi Dominique m'écoutez bien. 1991, yo siye on loi aya subite fashion liba ou. Sou pas ça li avait écrit ou pas si vous allez habiter parlement parce que ou pas ça li avait écrit Hembag. Ça pas place ça ou. Si ton meeting les affaires boss ou d'accord. Si son problème est Gouti avec Manikou, d'accord. Mais ça fait parlement et pas pour fashion libao. 1991 Abayou Julia Chance Freedom Party. D'accord. Et Guada, si nous me connaître maman moi parce que c'est Zitaba.
Oui.
Ça c'est toute famille à moi.
Oui.
Moi même mon crier gros bonnet aille voter parce que nous ka voter ba Vince.
Yes, I.
Pas voter tout prima en l'air nous pas ça te voter ba Agwabe et moun Gwabe mouchezo. Ça moun et vous ça fait disons Wozo ni nom. Non, Wozo show mais Gwabe ni nom parce que yo te dit plein pour te faire en lot débat Agwabe. Pas d'être voyé commission Bazo. Wozo show mais Gwabe ni nom.
Yes, I.
Merci. Guadala, Lebo,
Katwa. Yes, I.
1991, Bahembag, ça qui passe au Parlement.
Oui.
Hembag, il faut step down parce qu'il n'y a pas de droit là.
All right.
One love.
One love. Merci autant, Guada. Merci autant. Eh bien, imagine that. Guada pas de vote. Guada no vote. Guada no vote. And among the labor rights, I know in Guadeloupe that would have loved to be there in this by-election to be able to vote. Unfortunately, they were not here to cast their vote. Short and sweet for me on the local line. Give you all a chance before I leave.
It's time for you to go home. Everyone in there, go home. You have to drive down.
Yes.
Drive safe.
All right, thank you, dear. All right, I'm about to do that now. All the overseas line, short and sweet.
Anyway, good morning, Mr. Albert.
Yes, it's morning night, 12:07. Oh, yeah, I'll be late here tonight. I know.
Anyhow, you did a fantastic job. I'm glad to stay home.
Will do.
Thanks.
Yes.
And you take care of yourself. Always remember, okay, the opposition stayed 20 years in opposition.
Yes.
Okay, all they're doing spitting spitting saliva morning, noon, and night.
Yes, I. All right, dear.
All lazy people always comes with a side effect. Good morning to you.
Morning to you. Take care. All right, there. Imagine that it's morning. All right, of course, it's usually the time when it's past the time when I have to say good night, and it's not for all the time for you would believe it. I mean, people are not sleeping.
Yeah, good night.
Yes, good evening.
You other man speaking for a whole hour a while ago.
Yes.
That's the new parliament.
Well, that's the new parliament. Yes. Well, yes, it is the book.
I come from Portsmouth.
Yes.
And I swear it's Rosie Douglas what I was speaking to you. Eh?
You serious, eh?
Yeah, man. Vincent Desmond.
Yes.
Great man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
That man. God bless him.
Indeed.
And plus the Prime Minister.
Indeed.
Okay?
All right, man.
I just congratulate him.
All right. Thank you for that. And big up there in Posse.
It's my first time calling, but once it's Vincent Desmond, I'll always call.
Welcome, my brother. Welcome anytime.
Okay.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Take care, man. All right, there. Overseas line there, short and sweet for me. Good. Are you there, caller?
Short and sweet. I could take it for another hour. You can well imagine.
Brother Stein, what's up?
I will confirm this morning that there was only one spoiled ballot.
Yes.
And I found that remarkable.
Remarkable, yes.
Take care.
All right. Take care, man. Yeah, man. One spoiled ballot. I tell you, the people of Granby know how to vote. Don't mess with them. They know how to cast their vote. Of course, I got to make my way out of here. It's always a pleasure doing this program for you all. Of course, we got to go. Want to thank Senior Congs. Want to thank, of course, Honorable Dr. Vince Henderson for joining us tonight and sharing with us as we, of course, discuss the by-election in Granby. And want to thank Senior Minister for his contribution here, Donnie, and every other single caller who called into tonight's program. It's always a pleasure having you all, and I'm giving this final caller a chance because I got to go. Good evening to you. Overseas then, well, it's good morning.
Yes, good morning, Simi, man. Boy, the program was so hot tonight, man.
Yes.
Simi,
yes.
Take time out to congratulate my comrade, Henderson.
Yes.
You know, for a job well done, and the Dominican Labour family, not even a party.
Right.
Family.
Right.
And see me tonight I'm a little bit down and out. I lost my grandaunt, you know.
Yes.
You know, from last year.
Yes.
Yeah, she passed on, you know.
Yes.
But with the family, we holding on strong, okay?
Keep strong, my brother.
You'll get more details, you know.
All right, my brother.
Yeah.
All right. Indeed.
Yeah, man. Yeah, great.
Take care, man. Have a good night and good weekend. All right. Yes, all right. And this is where, of course, I got to go, people. It's always a pleasure. Thank you again to all of you who called tonight. And, you know, many of you don't call, but you listen. I want to thank you all for continuing to listen to the next level. And to all the folks who join us on the Kyrie FM Facebook page, it's always a pleasure, of course, having you all and reading your message. You all are very important to us. Want you to continue to participate in all of the programs that we are doing. And we pray for our families, both here and abroad, that God will continue to guide and protect us as we go through these challenging times, and we ask God for his protection of our political leader and every single member of the cabinet, every senator, every person at the front line of COVID-19, and all those who are contributing in a positive way towards our country's development. We ask God for his guidance and protection. My people, it's always a pleasure. I just got to say good night to you and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And to the people of South City, Granby, it's your time, so do enjoy it. And have a good night. And you heard from your pal rep tonight as he is ready to continue his representation in the constituency of Granby. So what we're going to do, we're going to keep the fire burning. Good night and God bless you.
Have no capability. So mind if you red, green or black, once you have the minute at heart. Right now the country making progress, which mean our leader is very blessed, who behaving like the power possess. I believe they want to feather their nest, but let me want them. Keep the fire burning. Keep the fire burning. Burn them with your vote on the election day. And when you vote in a party, remember to vote the LP, vote the Labour Party all the way. Keep the fire burning.